to order for March 6, 2025 of the Ashe County Board of Education. We'll start first with roll call. On my left, Miss Janet Ward,
Present.
Miss Teresa Calhoun,
Present.
Miss Polly Jones,
Present.
Miss Diane Elder,
Present.
Josh Roten present as well. So we'll start first. Let's see, approval of agenda we've got on there. Everybody, any changes or anything for the agenda?
There's something I'd like for us to be able to discuss, and that is special education driving for our special ed kids. If we could add that to that as a discussion or whatever we need to do on that particular.
We don't have Terry and Jody here.
I just want to have a discussion about that.
About special education, what?
Driving, driver's ed. Driver's ed.
Driver's ed.
Yes. And I'm not sure what that's got to do with them because it is an after-school program.
Okay, well, I thought I didn't.
Did you start
realize that
special
we were
ed?
Talking.
Yeah.
It's, I'll give you my perspective on that. We approved that as a discussion. It's a discussion item. Maybe that we can consider for later. Soon. And it just came to my attention. Last night, like,
I don't know that I can answer any questions for you about it because I'm.
well, it has more to do with contracts. Thank you. How did you? It's my secret.
It'll be just a discussion. May not be a lot to come out of.
That's
But-
fine. I just want to make people aware and to see if we can move forward on it or not. Okay, and that doesn't have to be decided today. I just wanted to discuss it today in front of everyone. We're just,
Okay.
so I'm making a motion that we add that to the agenda.
Have a second to that? Everybody in favor of the amended agenda? Raise your hand.
Yeah, I'm sure what we're talking about. Yeah, when we get Dr.
We can't talk about it till we.
So, we'll put that after discussion, or after actions. We don't have, we'll add discussion, I guess.
I want to do it before. It won't take but a minute. Before we get into all the other stuffs.
That's
Just
fine with
real
everybody.
quick.
Real clean.
It's just real quick. Can we check into
So you want
this?
to switch action?
So,
you
put
wanna add
discussion before-
discussion on
before
to-
Action.
Simply because we'll get into all that stuff.
To make discussion 3 and then action will be 4.
Is that okay?
Yeah,
That'll
that's,
cover everybody.
that's fine. We just, yeah. Right.
It's more of a, can we check into this?
So special education driver's ed.
That's what I've got right there.
Exceptional children's driver's ed, yeah. I think that sounds better.
Well, it would go by
More
exceptional
appropriate.
children.
Okay.
Showing my age.
So now we'll go into open session after that, and we've got pledge of allegiance. So we'll get that. Everybody will face the flag. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, so, well, we'll just hop right in here. So go ahead.
I don't mean to put a wrinkle in anybody's day, or anything, but this came to my attention late yesterday afternoon that there is an exceptional children's teacher who is willing to teach our kids' driver's education, and she is certified and she's wanting to do it. Well, of course, she's doing it after school. And as a person who taught driver's ed during school for exceptional children, I know that a lot of times they don't struggle with the driving part. They've got that part down pretty well. It's the book work that they have a hard time doing. And I was just wanting to know if we could extend a contract to her to teach these children driver's ed,
Cannot contract with your own employees because they're on payroll.
but it's after,
Doesn't
not after?
matter. I
Okay.
can verify that, but I'm 100% sure we've turned other people down.
Well, the reason that I bring it up is that there are very few people who are qualified, and she already has both degrees. She has enormous experience in exceptional children, plus she has her driving, she can do the driving piece too, and the schoolwork. And I thought this is a win-win for our children.
Now, she could go through.
A lot of
USA
these
driving
kids,
school and
yeah,
They
a lot of these
handpick
kids
her.
can't pay.
there's a
lot-
waiver. There should be no child that gets denied driver's ed. for
Okay,
pay.
so there can be a waiver
There's a
there.
waiver. That was one when we set the
Yeah,
four
that's when we
pay,
set
that was
the-
one of the
So
conditions.
who would they need to talk to? I mean, and that's why I wanted to bring it up, huh?
The counselor. You mean the student or the?
The teacher that's doing this, who would they
NC driving
need?
School, it's Tucker Moore. I can send her, if it's a teacher I'm thinking of. I can
Yeah, it's
send-
Jennifer Travis.
I can send her that information.
And she has all the certifications, but right now she's rented a classroom, I think at Wilkes Community, and they're meeting after school. She's walking them up for her classroom and meeting with them after school so that they can, and I think she's probably providing some kind of transportation home for a lot of them so that they can get the classwork they need so that they can have a better chance of passing this driver's test. And let me tell you, it's hard. It is really hard for those kids to pass the bookwork. It's hard for regular kids to pass the bookwork, but for those kids, it's very difficult. And once they get past that, I will tell you a little story. When Big Phil Howe was doing driver's ed, he had one of my exceptional children's kids, and we got him through the bookwork, and Phil drove with him, and he pulled across 4 lanes of traffic and stopped. And Phil was about to have Cal because it was very scary for him. The boy now has his, a little moped that he drives around, and he does just fine with it, but I don't think Phil ever tried to drive with him again. Because that was, he said he'd driven with lots and lots of kids, but that scared him. But to have somebody they know too is very beneficial as
We'll,
well.
talk to Fred too about, but I'm pretty sure you cannot, the IRS will not let you issue a 1099 and a W-2 on the same person. That's
Makes
the
sense.
issue, yeah.
I can't in the private sector.
Okay.
I can't any of my employees. If they're listed as an employee, I can't 1099 them unless they're either one or the other.
But if you would send her that information of how that she might be able to do that.
And he's
after school
always
and
looking
stuff.
for drivers up, or instructors up here. He uses a lady out of Watauga because he couldn't get anybody locally to buy it.
Well, I know there's a long wait.
Yeah.
To get driven and all that kind of stuff.
I think it's better than it was.
Yeah,
We've been
much
checking
better.
on it.
We've been.
Good, because it was horrible there when they first started.
Yeah, COVID killed us with that. We got so far out of those restrictions. But I think he's good right now.
That'll be good. We get them two together.
Thank you.
All right.
Sorry.
No, you're good. You're good. Well, it was good we had Amanda in here anyway, so.
Useful.
Made it to the
programs.
rescue.
So now you're the person for the whole session, basically. So we're gonna turn it over to you, Ms. Coldarn.
Hoping you had a chance to look at your documentation. Did that help to have that additional documentation ahead of time, all the backup support? To it?
It did, but I would like to have had more time because we met on Monday. And I think you sent it to us on
I
Monday.
did,
And
because we were finalizing some details.
right, I get that, but if we had a little more time, I think it would have been more helpful for me. There was a lot of stuff to go
I
through.
was swamped the last 2 days. I looked at it briefly this morning, so.
Yeah, so if we could get, it was very beneficial. But if we could get a little more heads up on,
I can send them as we clear them and put them on the sheet. I can send them individually.
I put the
be
backing
good.
sheets
Yeah.
into the Google Doc.
Yeah, that'd be
I can do that.
but I appreciate you doing the time and effort. The only thing about when we scan in these documents, I had to turn my
Computer sideways.
and my printer's on the blink. I usually print them out, but my printer is not doing a very
So
good job of anything
We'll
right
have
now.
we'll have to show you how, because there's actually a little button where you can turn it.
I looked for the button. I couldn't find it. So if you'd be glad to share that with me. I'd love to
I
have
need
that.
that same lesson.
Yeah, yeah, I do too.
May know that you-
Apparently you're dealing with a special board.
Jim, while you're here, you might want to get us technology literate while you're here.
101.
Technology keeps changing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So anyhow,
Computer and all kinds of things.
Yeah.
Function.
Yeah, I think we're ready. So, most of you are familiar with this process for, looking at, the request from the different schools and departments, as we take you through, every year. And, this particular, day is to really go down through a lot of those requests. There have been some that we've been able to fill within little pieces of funds, you know, if somebody's out a month. You saves a little money here and there. We're able to buy some of the smaller things with that, but for the most part, you know, these are asks above and beyond what we currently receive from the county. And so any type of need here, this is to take to the county as a request.
Now we can do that. Okay.
So I think we should just go in order, start in order.
can I make one more comment before we start? Are we going to vote on these individually or after we get done? And I definitely want to vote on these items, whether we do them by section or school or whatever, but I would like to have that in the record as to what we voted on and what we have not.
It's the board's pleasure.
That's what we usually do, kind of item by item.
We do
It's
know
one
my item,
time,
but you don't take a
we did
5-0
not
vote
vote
on
on
each individual because they're,
When do we not vote on?
When we asked for the $2.5 million from the county commissioners, I was told did not vote on those.
didn't
We
ask
voted.
that.
we didn't ask anybody.
We put it in as a future project, but we didn't ask for the money.
I was told that we didn't vote on it, so I would like to have a vote. And I'm
We
not
didn't
trying
vote
to
on
be
it.
contentious.
We didn't as a project.
It was not in there.
We're not gonna get into that discussion now, I hope.
Well, you're
but
getting into it. I'm just saying, that
I'm
it
just
was not
saying,
in
I would
there.
like for it to be voted on. what
We vote on it every time. End of story. It's voted on every time.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
So we just sort of agree on it. I would like to have a formal vote.
It's up to you how you want to do it. Do you want to do it by school or by project?
We usually went by school. It's, you know,
Oh, makes sense.
And usually this is, you know, either we're taking it forward to the county or we're not taking it forward to the county, but we will have needs
And you'll have to vote again and have it on the record at the April meeting, I believe.
This is.
April.
in April.
Correct. When we get the document completed, it'll be presented to you again as what we're telling you.
So this is,
This is not set in
I
stone.
appreciate
No,
it. I
this
did not
is-
vote.
this is up to you all today.
Yeah, you guys are-
I would appreciate that.
Something might change it.
I'm
Money.
not trying to be contentious. I just want.
well, the board would appreciate it as well from you as well. So it can go both ways. You have before, so. So let's continue.
Okay,
Yeah.
so Ashe County High School, well, I'm gonna start by saying everybody done a great job and nobody was unreasonable in their request. It's all needs that they're asking for. I just really appreciate the time they put into it and the thought that they put into it. So Ashe County High School, they have presented doing a school within a school. And this is to serve those children that, may struggle with in a regular high school setting. It may be an attendance issue or medical issue, a variety of things. But he's asking for, a position to, well, it's a couple of things. It's a position and it's a monthly employment and it's some field trips to do with these students, some additional things that they need just to enhance their learning experience. And he has had a need for a while to serve a group of students differently that are just not fitting well into the regular high school setting.
And a lot of this, you know, he's, you know, they are making individual accommodations for kids as they need it. So every, you know, child has a plan. However, unfortunately, there's some kids that just don't fit the mold. And sometimes they need to be, have something different. Obviously, they still have to meet state standards and, but when you have children that just struggle going from class to class, and they find themselves in different levels of commitment themselves to their learning process. But this is one way that other schools have found that they can make inroads with kids who just aren't the traditional kid like possibly most of us were. So
Can you elaborate, like, what kind of kids these are? The like,
there is no label for them, and I think that's the beauty of it, because it will be personalized. So we have kids that are behind on credits. We have kids that just struggle sitting in a regular classroom, but yet they can do the work. There are kids who just need more personalized attention. We've got some kids with anxiety that frankly need to be in a structured situation, so not necessarily home and homebound, but to go and sit in a class with 25 or 30 kids is extremely difficult. And so there is no mold or type of kid. It would really be individualized. And of course, through what they're asking for, some funds that they can accommodate differently and make sure it's more personalized. Because we don't usually have classes that just have 15 kids in them, or are able to do or 8 kids or how many ever it is. But this would allow them to have some flexibility in how they serve kids, and obviously partnership with parents and all that kind of stuff, so that they would have be able to meet individual needs of students. So there is no mold, I guess you could say.
So I understand this classroom is already started. When did we discuss that, or?
So he has students this semester who he's trying to get graduated, and they need
Is he not, who's the social studies teacher? So when did
yes
that?
and no, he does teach social studies too. And so he also has part of his day that he helps to manage some of the credit recovery that's going on. And he's been doing that pretty much for the last couple of years.
Yeah.
But this is allowing him to help to personalize it. But again, as our funding decreases and our ADM decreases, we still have a good chunk of students that need something different. I think you mentioned, some students that are struggling in different ways at the high school at the last meeting, and this is a way to help to accommodate kids differently. And it's not for everybody, and obviously, he wouldn't want it to be for everybody. This would be an individual conversation with families and with students. But when you have a kid that has 4 classes that they failed, and they only have a couple, and they have 3 more classes to go, you have 4 classes during the day, you can get your credit recovery done in one of those classes. And so some of these kids would be in and out, but some would might actually be there all day, depending on how many credits they need. So again, a lot of schools do this. They visited quite a few schools, and it would help. I believe it would really help to accommodate some kids that are just struggling with traditional school.
So I used to teach the alternative program. So I'm wondering, we already had this kind of situation where they came in with an assistant to do, I don't know, remember the name. It used to be Apex or something, but they changed the name of that online program. So how would that be different than us doing a TA that what we've done before? And I'm going to, to have an assistant coach for this, we've got, I was in kindergarten readings yesterday, and we've got a runner in there, and they can't get an assistant to help with this runner. But we, how many kids does he have now? There's just all kinds of questions I have about this program, and we have done the alternative school kind of program 3 or 4 times now, and it doesn't seem to fly more than a year or two. And then it is not feasible. I'm a little bit concerned about putting that kind of money in, and I'm all for student recovery. I am all for student recovery. But at the same time, is this the biggest need that we have? We have students that are in our classrooms that are not getting help there they are supposed to have with inclusion. We do not have enough inclusion teachers to go around.
We
There's
have the
both.
funds for the inclusion teachers, and they're just not out there. And Terry's done a great job of ensuring, we have low case loads for all of our teachers right now, all of them. They're way under what the state asks. And so we don't put that on our teachers, and our population is dropping. So we are having fewer numbers of exceptional children's teachers. I don't think that this has anything to do with
It has to do with the-
not getting EC teachers. Well, but that's a completely different pot of money. So our EC pot of money is very different from what we're asking for locally.
Let me ask you a situation that my family had that I think is more in line with what you're wanting. We had a granddaughter that on a school field trip was severely bullied in 8th grade, and it was an overnight kind of trip. And then she developed also anxiety and mental help, needed mental help, medical help with getting such extreme anxiety that she was hiding in dark corners 24 hours a day. And they had to force her to go to school, but the school had no place to put her. They tried homebound, but the teachers coming after school to work with her an hour or two were insufficient. And they ended up putting her in a room next to a guidance counselor where she could try to do her work, but there was no one there to coach her or help her. She was not exceptional. She was almost gifted quality, but she had all these other issues. And she really struggled to try to find a way to pass school. And by the end of the freshman year, the medicine took effect and that helped, and time helped. But I see that as possibly what you're looking, this kind of thing for these students who have some non-special education issues that are standing in their way.
And we could have special education students in here, but they would receive their special education services that
Elsewhere.
are identified within their IEP. But for the most part, these are going to be kids that are outside that exception.
Is it my understanding that most of the high school folks, if they go on a field trip, have to raise the money for that? I'm understanding that if a teacher or a department wants to go on the field trip, they have to raise money for that. And
I haven't heard that.
is that not included? Is that not what I read, Amanda, in the synopsis? This would include field trips and those kinds of things as well. I'm all for helping students, but I'm not sure that this is wisest use of our money. We still have a social worker at Blue Ridge 1 day a week.
But if this is helping kids to graduate, we need to do this because we need our graduation rate to stay up there because we're gonna get dinged at the end of the year bad enough as it is. And this may set the stage for next year's graduation class too. We need to think about those kids that are not going to graduate, and that's, in the scheme of things, that's not a lot of money.
Where I'd like to put the money is lower down where we can prevent those,
Well-
getting to that situation.
It's too late to put it lower down for these kids. It's now or never for
It may
them.
be for those kids, but I don't know that those kids have been identified yet, have they?
So what grade are we talking about? Would all
High
this,
school.
this be, I know high school, but is it 9th through 12th or just 12th grade?
It could be 9 through 12. I don't want to put any labels on because kids come in with different needs and we don't want them to get behind. And again, sometimes they need a more personalized setting, and that's what this would be for.
But also, if we do open that, in the ratio teacher per student, would that number, say next year, double? And then each time it get more and more kids are seeing a way out of regular class setting and getting into that, and
I think these are kids have demonstrated in quite a few ways that they need this kind of personalization. There are other kids that we can get through, and we do get through pretty regularly. There are those that fall through the cracks, and we
absolutely.
want to stop that from happening. And, I think that, Dustin's been there this is his third year, and he's visited several different schools that have various levels of programming that's just different for kids. We don't have an alternative school. I don't think we need an alternative school. I just think we need a different way to personalize for children. And having a teacher who can instruct and who is a motivator it can really be helpful to kids to get them through. And then, with some of these funds, he can have teachers through their planning to come up and do individual lessons with kids. Diane mentioned Apex. There are quite a few programs out there, Edmentum, Edgenuity, Apex.
You said no.
But, we will look at that through anyway and see what is going to be most engaging for kids and work best. And then also going to be most cost effective, because we need to make sure that we are spending our funds wisely. But we would do that for some credit recovery, but sometimes kids just need somebody to champion them differently, and they need to feel it differently.
I agree, and I agree that there's a lot of kids that probably slip through the crack. But what about Sally over here that's barely getting by? But she's still not eligible to get into this class. So are we doing Sally a disservice when we're putting John Boy into it, but we can't put Sally into it because she's not quite at that level to be in that class? Does that make sense? And I think those services certain kids would get that, but then the rest of the kids that need a little help in other areas, they're gonna be left out.
I think we have to pilot this in a way that we can see the most success in it and see what that really looks like. And hopefully we are personalizing that in our other classrooms as well. Some people can manage that differently than another group. And, when you have skipping being one of the top, discipline things that we have, and it's the same 7 kids that are often doing different things. Some of these kids are not a behavior problem at all. So they're showing up to class. They're just not making it work in a traditional setting. So, I get that there may be more of a demand than what we realize at this point. I don't want to overwhelm this particular class. And I do think that individually, all staff members, who have direct contact with kids need to be identifying, okay, what is it that child needs in order to not just get by, right, to be successful.
Would they have like an IEP? Would they have to have an IEP to get into this class?
No, in fact, most of the kids with an IEP probably wouldn't be in this class because they're already getting specialized instruction in other classes. They do have other opportunities, but that doesn't exclude them from this opportunity. Most of the kids, I would imagine, all of them would have a plan in place. So a written plan to know, here's the goals that I have, here's what I have to accomplish now, and here's where I'm going next. And then the field trip dollars, I guess field trip is probably not the best. It is a field trip, but it would be more of an experience. We want to be able to utilize those funds to take them to places that are local where they can get some experience and maybe see something that is purposeful. Really target that experience for kids. Some kids get that all the time. Some kids are in CTE classes. They get to have some of these experiences, and some just aren't receiving that through, whether it be home or at school, and we'd like to personalize it more. And, I think you can do that with a few extra dollars, and field trips do cost money.
So what's the justification for having him an assistant with, he's gonna have maybe 15 students there? It says TA position to support Mr. Brady. So we're already putting in, several thousands of dollars.
Where are
into this
you-
15 children. It's in the explanations.
It's in the backup
So
document.
it says TA commission
And,
supervision.
you know,
How do I get that?
I'm all
I'm
for
not
kids
finding
getting
that.
what they need too, you know that, and I've said that many,
Yeah, well, I
many
went to the
times.
link and I
But
had these.
Why do we need an assistant with him with 15 high school students? When we don't have assistants, when we need other places that we might put that money for other places, I don't understand that. We've got teachers who have 90 to 100 kids a day, and yet we're putting, an assistant with 15, and they're not exceptional children. They are not exceptional children, obviously is what you just said. So why are we including an assistant in this program?
So first of all, when you have kids that are in that many different classes and during the recovery, yes, you could have one person in there. However, if you go on an experience, you need somebody else in there. Not everybody's going to get the same thing if it's personalized. Number two, you're going to have kids coming and going. So you may have some of them that are in that classroom all day. Some of them may not need that and they have to go to another room. There's just a lot of moving parts. And I think that if we're going to make something work, I think we need to give it its best chance to work.
So this teacher's going to be teaching, like, you're gonna have some students, maybe in English, and freshman English, some biology, some in math, so think about having 15 students and
But they're all
5
on
different
the
subjects.
computer. They're all on the computer. It's not like that they're actually teaching those classes. These classes are on the computer.
But you have to aid and you have to help them.
And you have to, and
I
they have
have
to
before myself.
I mean, high school students are a different breed of students from the elementary and middle school. I'm here to tell you, I know. Cause I've done middle school and high school.
And I think that there is this hole. If you're not IEP, special education, regular student, that I've had so many students in the course of teaching high school over 30 years that we would lose because of that hole. For example, I've had a student walk into my classroom that spoke only Mandarin, and I was having to teach her. I had a student that was that came from Mexico that had only been to school for 3 years, but his age, they put him in my high school class. I had, there was another example that I thought fit this better, and it's gone out of my mind right now. But there are lots of things that can happen in high schools that these kids need more help and more care, but they're not IEP, they're not special education. And because we're graded on how many we get through, and because that high school diploma is so important, I think this is a good resource for our money. I've seen too many people drop. Oh, I know I had a freshman come into my class who I took him to the library for a report, and he wasn't doing anything. And I went up to him and I asked him his topic, and he told me, and I said, well, the dictionary is the first place to start. And he looked at the dictionary and he said, where do I look? I said, in F. And he just looked really puzzled. He didn't know the alphabet. He didn't know how to spell. And I tested him, he couldn't read. And he had been passed through 8 grades
I get that.
and didn't know anything.
I'm
So that's
saying
not
that.
happening today, but I see that that is valuable use of funds for the high school. And at least for
So-
a year test prod to see if it works.
Are we gonna be able to come up with funds to help, let's say the elementary schools to help meet their needs?
Well, I don't think we
Or the
can
middle school
know
to
that
help
till
meet
we've
their
gone
needs,
through.
because the earlier, excuse me, because the earlier we get them, maybe we won't have that situation, is my point. If we put our money lower down, and I know that's not gonna help those particular children right now. But I also know that this kind of program we've done it 3 times in this county. I was a teacher in one of those things. And when you put all those children in there together, a lot of times it creates a situation that is not conducive to learning, because they don't feel like that they're a part of the school. They do not feel like that they are, they feed off each other. They
What
really,
level have
truly
you
do.
experienced this at?
I was at the middle school doing a project turnaround. That was a school within a school. I sure was. I've done it all, honey. Unfortunately, in my many, many years. And, we've tried it more than once, Paula, you can remember, and it hasn't worked. And I don't mind putting this money into programs, but I do think that we have covered this recovery before with an assistant. And now we're doing a teacher and an assistant.
The alternative schools at the high school failed because they had the wrong teachers in the classroom, and I'm here to tell you, I'm saying a fact, not a guess. Okay?
Of course, I will
Publish that.
admit that was before we could put them on a computer and meet individualized needs.
And I wouldn't put them in with an assistant. They need a teacher, and they need a teacher, and the assistant is on top of that teacher. We're talking about kids who are not making it. I mean, they're not making it in traditional school. Their parents will pull them out to homeschool, and they're coming in even further behind. We have families whose students have anxiety, and no matter what setting, they want to be in school, but they can't handle all the movement between classes. That is a struggle for some kids. This would allow us to personalize differently for students. And again, I know Dustin and his team have visited quite a few schools. I've seen them work myself. Anyway, it's a way that we can get kids across the stage, but also with a plan so that they can be successful. As far as elementary, we do invest in our elementary and our early learning. We have a very strong pre-K. We're opening up another pre-K class. We're getting ready to open one in the fall at Blue Ridge. We also have 5 to 8 teachers outside of the classroom in every one of our elementary schools that we do not have in the middle or high school. And so we do invest in that early learning and provide them interventions and supports. But oftentimes, kids who have attendance issues, and they were the same kids having, attendance issues early on, and we've missed it somehow, even with those extra supports. And so this is our effort to really help our community by getting students in with a skill. And I'll give you another example. Wilkes Community College. I shared with you in an email recently. I met with Dr. Marsh, and a year ago, Dr. Marsh and I talked about we had made such significant strides in our college-going students earning college credit while in high school. We have over 60%. That's well higher than the state average of students earning a college credit while in high school. And you guys have seen the statistics on how many associate degrees that our students in the early college and the high school are earning. But so we're really missing some things because we have 40% of our students that are not, they don't think of themselves as a college student. But the CTE programming, both within the high school and at the community college, are ones that are going to yield pretty high-paying jobs and significant ones within our community. So, he came to me, said, I've been really thinking a lot about it. They've aligned 5 programs to our high schools. One of them was the fire program that you guys are well aware of. And we have 13 people who have completed that program now, and they're looking for another cohort to start this fall. They have one that they want to open up in agriculture, one in industrial engineering, which we already have community partners that seek these positions. There's one in welding, one in automotive, and then we have an electrical program now as well. And so with those, and then not the cosmetology, the manicurist, because students were not finishing through us because of too many hours. So we have aligned the manicurist. That's what the students have been most interested in completing. So all of those are aligned with the high school and early college schedule to make it easier for students to access those classes. And Earl has done a fantastic job of aligning what we currently offer at the high school so that students can both get credit for that class, from a high school class if they reach a certain threshold, and then go directly into the class at WCC that will allow them to gain that certificate, which our employers are really looking for. And so things like that, I think, are going to really help students here. When you're looking at students who struggle, oftentimes they need to be able to access that as well. And so we want to set them up in a way that they're getting their high school credits, they're being successful in that way, and that way they can attain something, not just a high school diploma, but a real credential or certificate that will allow them to be immediately employable. So some of these field trips may be to go to work for part of the day so that they can actually work with an employer. We may be able to work with employers to do that. But
But I
right
think
now,
also too, other kids need to have that experience.
100% agree.
And,
Well, it's
and I
already-
feel like that's where the line's being drawn, because what I see and what I've been seeing and what I've been told from parents is that I agree, kids need help, kids need encouragement, we need to help our kids. But say, for instance, I just have a hard time accepting this one, just because I don't think it'd be fair across the board. There's kids falling between the cracks, and these kids, it's their choice. I mean, when you get to the high school, you have a free will. When you go into that high school, you choose whether you're going to go to your classes, whether you're going to do your homework. It's your choice. And if we're not doing that for our students, we're not helping them get to the future to where they make a choice, there's consequences. And I think there has to be we have to do that, because if we don't, we're hurting our own students.
Well, the consequence right now is they are dropping out or they're not finishing, and we're.
And I hate
we're trying
that,
to
but then you
stop
have Sally and John Boy over here that doesn't fit this, whatever you call it, to get into that class, but they're not gonna get the experiences either. They might come from a home where they can't go out and do these experiences. Just as this Billy Bob over here can go into this class and have the experience. It's just not the same. I think it should be across the board.
well,
Everybody has the same experience.
Well,
Wait, just, I think Mr. Ward.
Yeah, I did want to refer to one of the comments she made about other high school students not getting job experiences. There are opportunities that we've okayed in the summertime for that, and your CTE classes all offer job-related experience for any student that wants it. So that choice is there. It's just not all of them will take advantage of it. The academically advanced often go to the AP type classes, but that's their choice. But they do have a choice to have career technical experiences.
How many students does he have now, since we've already started this class? What I had wished had happened is that we could have had a discussion about this class and the ramifications of it before we have to decide whether we're gonna budget it or not. And that's not your fault, Amanda, that's not anybody's fault. How many students is in the class right now?
I don't know the exact number. I don't know.
4 or 5. Can we verify how many that is? So why do we not have 15 in that class now?
I don't know.
I don't think.
I don't think, yeah, I think he was
So,
thinking
I mean,
of
it matters to
15.
me where we're funding a 15 class thing or a 5 class thing. Because we have X amount of money, we're gonna have to ask for this money. I want as much bang for our buck as we're gonna get, and if we're only gonna get 4 or 5 kids, I do not think it's worth it to tie up an instructor
I
and
agree with
an
you on that.
assistant for that. And not that I don't care about those 5 kids. I mean, I went to summer school a couple of times and sat right with some children that their parents asked me to help them get recovery. I've done that myself, so, and I
Right.
don't mean to put everything on me. I'm
I
not,
would
I'm just
like to
trying to
recommend-
understand and try to help us. It looks like I have a lot of needs on this paper.
I would like to recommend that we set this aside and have somebody try to get some answers to these questions, because we're going to be here till midnight if we don't move on.
Just let me make 4 points before we move on this, because really I think we should vote on it. I think it should pass. See, we do have a strong CTE program. I taught in high school for all those years. The problem is, can we afford it? I think we can afford it, because do we want 15 dropouts every year? I mean, do we want these kids dropping out of school? We can't get past the C at the high school now, can we? Aren't we on sea level with the state? The other thing is here in my years of teaching at the high school, this is the way it was. You have all these kids up to the top who get all this special attention, AP classes and all
I
this.
totally agree.
Okay, then you go down to the bottom, you've got all these kids who get all this special attention. Then what you've got in the middle is all these kids that are left out. Fact, I know from a fact. If they don't get it from the home, if they don't get it from the teacher in that classroom, they don't get it. So this is something to help those kids that are left out in the middle that we forget about. I know what I'm talking about because it's the truth.
And you got to remember, we're just today deciding what to take to the commissioners. We're not saying today this is gonna happen.
So we're not making the final decision on this. Okay. You should have said that from the beginning.
Yeah.
Could have saved us.
Well,
And I think we need to talk about each one, but look at all of them before we make a decision on the school. I mean, all of it, that's at the high school, and then say how we rank them, if nothing else. And if I could make some comments about or ask questions on the instructional coach, the 11th month. How has that been being done for the high school regarding summer school credit recovery?
So they've used their DSSF funding for that in the past, and they've held some back each year for some recovery. You know, it's just like anything else, funds are just getting tighter and tighter, and with ADM going down, the DSS is a dollar allotment, so it goes down.
Will some of this Helene hurricane money that I've been looking at help pay for this? Because there was some comments on the TV about some of these bills passing to help because of Helene. Our areas deal with summer school to help these students catch up.
So we submitted a Project Serve grant that you guys are all aware of that had a whole list of things. One of them could actually pay for, I don't know exactly what was in it, but some of what they're asking for. So if that grant goes through, which here soon, we would already have the funding to be able to do this.
So we
because
may
it-
not need this.
Some of these
Well,
things,
The 11th month position is a permanent change.
the 11-month is a permanent change, and so we don't want to put a grant in that's one time for 12 or 18 months, however long they approve it for, into something that would be a permanent 11-month versus 10 months.
Is this different than the career coach that's already there? I know this is an instructional coach.
No, it's the same person. Same person.
So the one that's funded through this college.
Oh,
no,
no,
that's
that's different.
Different.
Right, okay.
So we.
'Cause I know we've got a career coach there
Yeah.
too.
We don't.
Um,
So the career coach only works essentially with a college, not necessarily with high school stuff. So, I mean, she does a great job with what she does, but her limitations are she works for the college.
Would she not have a role too in convincing those students who are going into the new heavy equipment program? Would she not have any influence with those students either? Would she not be meeting with those kids as well as the academic
The
children?
career coach or this position.
The Wilkes coach. Well, we'll just call her the Wilkes coach.
I mean, that's
her
not
job.
got anything to do with this right here.
Yeah, this is.
I just want to make sure they've got the same
instructional
person.
coach at her- It's not like our person. This is somebody that's ours, right?
No, but I think that what Ms. Eldridge mentioning is they would be pushing, they're to help the kids figure out what do they want to do, and if heavy equipment's that, then she can direct them, you've got to go
Well-
here and do this, so which is different than.
This,
Well,
Well, I'm asking
summer.
because I wanted to make sure that we're not overlapping programs there. You mentioned
this is
being
not.
able to talk to these kids about these opportunities and take them on these. But to me, that's what that career coach from Wilkes should be doing as well for all kids, not just some kids.
And she is.
She does, she
And she
meets
does a
all,
great job. I mean,
yeah, she
I'm
meets
not
all of them.
criticizing
Yeah, this is.
that.
So she's mainly looking at careers, this is just looking at,
This is
They're-
summer instruction, helping with scheduling,
Is-
data review, helping them break down their data each summer. So, you are placing your children in the right place.
is there
Right.
someone already in mind for this position?
She's
She's
already,
she's a 10-month employee. We want to.
On to 11.
to.
which would probably make the scheduling process a lot easier.
It would be helpful.
I mean, last year was because of Infinite Campus, they redid their schedule 3 times, which is,
That won't happen.
hopefully that'll never happen again.
Man, I'm having a hard time with the math. So the Hill School, that 60,000 would cover an instructor and the field trips and the assistant?
No, it covers an 11 months of the instructor, because we're already paying for the instructor out of funds we have now.
So
Then
what happened to social studies?
He teaches social studies too.
he'll still be teaching.
He'll teach
He's gonna
both.
do both?
Yes, currently, yes.
Maybe with this population of kids, I don't.
I thought he was completely doing that program now because they moved over to the other building and all that good stuff.
All students have to take 4 social studies
Yeah, I
classes.
know. So he's still teaching social studies part-time and this other part-time?
Correct.
Okay, I just want to make it clear.
The majority of it is the TA, with benefits, it's about $51,000. And, you know, our
Okay.
benefits are out of control right now. Retirement's 24%.
Yeah.
The insurance is probably gonna be about $9,000 this year per person.
So we're gonna not.
No, I know. Yeah, the closer I get to that, the more. I hope.
Okay,
And
I'm
then
just
just about
trying to understand this because it's hard, guys. It's really hard.
All
So you
right,
want to bump on, come talk about the trees
yeah.
next and then kind of come back overall?
Yeah, I
think-
know Bradford trees are one of the shorter living trees, 20 to 25 years, and then they split really badly. And they're beautiful. They've been beautiful the last few years, but $300 per tree for work that's pretty reasonable.
Well, and I've got a question on that. It seems like Cooperative Extension had a program where you could pull the Bradfords and put a more durable, because the Bradfords are taking over. They're a nuisance overall.
And Blue Ridge as well.
Yeah.
I was telling Amanda.
Yeah, they're
that
invasive, that's it.
Best just to get rid
Rid
of
of
them.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
my kind of note I had on here was
Yeah.
Yeah.
to remove.
Something better, and in fact,
Put a
at the
maple.
end of the, not this is gonna do us any good right this minute, but Wilkes is having a bounty the end of the month. You bring it, they give you something else.
Well, if you've been
But I think
across,
it's Only for, I don't think it's for tree, is it?
it was here at one
You
time.
mean-
You may
They were-
receive up to 5 free trees.
You mean you take your tree down and they give you something?
Could we talk to the cooperative extension agent to see if there's something they can do to help us with that and so that we could save that money if
They
necessary?
won't pay for the taking down.
Well,
No, but they might give you a new
give
one.
us a new one.
And
because
replace it.
it Needs to be replaced there.
Oh, really?
It'll look really
could about-
badly.
For the $300, you can just probably pull the whole thing up.
Yeah, I would
thing.
talk with them and see if we can just pull them all out.
Yeah. and
Because
you
with,
have to
I'm surprised they didn't
picture of
fall
it.
apart during the ice storm.
Yeah, very well. I had 2 go in my yard.
Yeah, I know.
It's storm.
But I mean, I'm surprised. I just made those 2 notes because they are pretty in spring, but they're not a hardy tree.
Nothing else to
No, they
do.
came from China, they're invasive.
Yeah. And if you're across from Third Day Market, they've been pulling all those up in that
Yeah.
field.
Go over along Thurston Landing.
Yeah, they've got rid of all theirs, pretty
I
much,
noticed it. They used to have-
pretty much on there.
Mine broke up and died. It just broke
So-
up. I mean, it's split. But you have to take care of the trees, no question about that. Okay.
The forestry used to do some programs too, to help you redo some trees and that kind of thing. I don't know if they still do that or not. I know that the Millers are real, it's Casey and
Mhm.
they're real good about what they do. And I'm trying to save money.
Casey and his family's been down at Blue Ridge with the hurricane
Yeah,
trees.
I saw that yesterday.
They're so
Those industries, but not.
Those were mostly pines, they weren't.
a lot of them.
I think when,
That's an adult thing.
I think when we've had timber removed, they helped with the cost of replanting in pine, or we could choose some hardwoods, but
Mhm.
it's a limited selection.
Right.
It's a nice oak I could do.
Okay, so that's the high school.
Okay, so we need to figure out,
Two individually or?
I think that'd be easier because we're gonna lose track after all of these, I think.
That was my.
You know. I think it'd be easier to do them as subsections. So
So
like,
just vote on the high school one.
yeah, to see what you want to move forward.
Well, I make a motion that we table the Hill School until we get some more information. And that we go ahead and approve the instructional coach. And we're gonna check on tree removal, but that is something that we'll do if we can't find something cheap. What do y'all think? Is that a good motion? Is that what we're talking or no?
That-
I'd like some more information on the hill, so yes.
What information would you like?
How many kids are in this, gonna be in the class? How many is in there now?
So approximately 15 students would
There is
be up
15.
there. I don't know how many are currently in. I'd have to check. I mean, this is just started with, trying to personalize to get kids across the
So did you
state.
just ask them, say, if they look at a list and say, this kid, this kid, this kid, just to give us a number of how many would be in there compared to
It would
what?
be eligible for the program.
Eligible.
Or is it not 15 that they?
Yeah, 15 is what they said would be.
But how many kids are eligible? Are we taking, is this every semester? Is this
So it's
a
basically.
year?
It would
Because
be
a lot
based
of
on
these
student
programs are-
needs. It would be based on student needs. So some kids would, be in there and finish some of their credit recovery and be in another class. This would allow them to do that. And sometimes it might be a full year for them to be in it, depending on how much that they have.
I would still like for us to discuss this and consider it again until April. That was part of the motion until the next time we meet, that we could get more information. And I will think about what other kinds of information I'd like to have.
What time do we have to have this to the commissioners?
They've not gave us a time yet, but
Not yet, it's usually the beginning of April.
Okay, so that would make it a very tight.
But we have to remember, we told Mr. Farmer that he could do what he needed to do to change the culture of the school too. Here we are handicapping him.
Oh, I didn't know that
Well,
either.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, he's got to do what he's got to do to make the thing work, because.
Well, I mean,
the high school was in bad shape when he took it over, I'm sorry to say.
And it still has ways to go.
Yeah. Wait, take a dictatorship.
I would like to reduce
Is
the
that still
dropout rate, not because the state wants us to reduce the dropout rate, but because that benefits children. So us looking that we reduce that so that it can show up somewhere else is not important. to
That's a
me.
side perk. That's,
So,
So kids can actually survive and do what they need to do in
They
life.
need a diploma.
It's a community issue.
They have to have.
I would
a
like to
diploma.
go see this program in action myself.
We got a motion on the floor on there. Do I have a second to her motion before we're got in discussion a little bit there?
What's the motion to do?
So her motion was to table the Hill School till April. Go ahead with the instructional coach and then check on some information for extension, possible replacement of those trees in there. And then come back in April, basically to look at the Hill School.
Okay, and if the commissioners doesn't need it right now, let's table I second that. I'd rather table the Hill School. I just not got I don't know, those.
Okay. So discussion, any more discussion on that?
I agree with the second two, but not the first part. I want to move the Hill School forward and for at least a year, let them give it a try.
So when you say a year, that would be till next.
Yeah, one more, have it fully operational for a school year to see, and then reevaluate in a year.
Well, then. Like Polly said, I don't want to handicap Dustin.
We have a motion and a second on the floor.
Never discussing right now. Any other discussion?
Can I take mine back though?
Well, or we can vote, and if it
We
votes
can
down,
vote.
then you can have another.
Okay,
motion.
okay.
Yeah, so if it doesn't pass, then
See, I
if
don't
there's
know.
another motion on there, somebody wants to make another motion. So here, no other discussion. All those in favor of the motion, raise your hand. Okay. Those opposed?
And I by no means want to handicap Dustin, but I do feel like that we have to be good stewards of our money. And that we have to make sure that what we are doing is in the best interest of all the students and not just a handful.
I agree with that too.
That is why I made the motion that I made. And it has nothing to do with supporting
We'll make sure
Mr.
that
Farmer.
10 kids get, 10, 12 kids get to take AP English. We'll make sure the 10 kids take
Salary.
knowledge. I mean, it's at the top. And it's in the middle that gets level, and it's enough discussion on it.
Do we have another motion?
Okay, so I will motion that we do the Hill School for a year. And then, of course, the other 2 weeks
And then reevaluate.
and reevaluate. Thank you. Help me, because I don't know what I'm doing, but I know what I can say.
So a motion to
Just
approve the
take it-
school for a year, approve the second one, and then check on what we can do with the trees.
And I can second that one.
Okay. Right. Any discussion or comments on that? Hearing nothing, all those in favor of the motion, raise your hand. Those opposed? I'll get you a name of the person who's with Extension. We've got an interim. And I've tried to find his name and I can't find it right now, but he would know about the tree part on there.
When we looked up
Yes,
one,
but no,
Jessica,
used to be people.
yeah, she would, but I've got his number, but I couldn't think of his name. I'm drawing on them blanks.
and Dr. Moken looked at something through Wilkes, and it is 5 trees that will give us, so 5 is down the number we need. So,
Oh, that's cool.
yeah.
Or from, they're doing
Yeah,
what?
Cooperative extension.
Well, he's the director of Wilkes and doing an interim since we don't have one.
Okay.
Yeah.
John is his name and I can't think of his name.
Is Alex Kissinger still in Wilkes?
I don't know. I don't know.
He would help us out if he could.
Anyhow, let's move to the middle school.
Yeah, we don't want to take an hour on each one.
We definitely, I think, want the scrubber because the one that's there is old. Carrying those things upstairs has got to be horribly heavy.
They're taking it outside and down the sidewalk and
Yeah.
somebody's gonna get
That's how
hurt.
they always.
And it can be moved to the new middle school, so that makes
That's
sense.
what I asked. Could it be
Oh,
moved?
yeah. They're not, they, for the last 7 years, haven't asked for anything. They couldn't move to the middle school.
I make a motion that we approve the floor scrubber.
Okay,
And I second.
thank you both of you there. Any other questions, comments? Anything else to scrub? Hearing none, all those in favor, raise your hand. All right. Good. Okay, Blue Ridge.
Okay, so they have asked to upgrade their speaker system in the gym. I don't know if you've been to any of the awards, things in there, their little dance parties and things, but their sound system's pretty sad, that you can't hear. Probably just another one of those things that is probably just time to replace.
And that's what he's got a quote on here for.
It is.
It never did work right. Sorry.
Well, that's a big space to carry sound. I mean, regardless. So.
Did you have a professional come in and do that? I don't know.
That was so many years ago, who remembers, but I doubt it seriously.
I'll just come with the bid, whoever.
Honestly.
And it was never intended to be as used as much as it is. So, it's really bad.
And I don't really think that quote's that horrible, if you want my opinion on AV, you know, the audio stuff.
Yeah.
Well, we did
On
some
there.
work at Westwood and auditorium audio stuff, and it was, I think it was $40,000 or $50,000.
I know, yeah.
So this is reasonable.
I would like to, I'm a little confused on what all the playground stuff, and maybe I did not read it carefully enough. If you could recap what playground stuff we're replacing, and I know the fence around the one that was intended for pre-K is smushed, but it needs to be repaired because I've seen it firsthand, but
You know, you know how peculiar daycare licensing is, so we're gonna have to upgrade that equipment. Some of the original equipment, I think, got moved to the early learning center, closed the pre-Ks down in the schools. So they are really without anything if we do put a classroom back. The kicker's gonna be is that mulch that they have to use on the playground has to be 9 inches thick. And it has to be the special kind that's run through the machine to take all the metal particles out of it. Cause you got 4-year-olds on it.
Can they use rubber mulch on that or no?
Oh, you're talking.
I know, it's very
Very
expensive, but
I would love to do
but
it.
over the long
We
run.
looked at that
I
at
mean-
David's school when he had that request, and it was
I know it's,
Extremely expensive.
it just lasts though.
It's expensive
But it may
up
not be
here
money.
because the wind blows so hard and it blows it out everywhere. And
Would they be putting this down on the existing playground since, is it possible those kids would be using that playground or just the one that was designated for
he
pre-K?
said it's the outdoor area adjacent to the second grade classroom.
So that's the one when you go up behind the school, it's the one right there on the left.
I think so.
Or the original playground,
Yes, I think it's.
before the addition.
Before the addition.
They have a special one just for K2 behind the building
Mhm.
or pre-K. It was supposed to be designed for pre-K.
Right, that's the one I think they took the pieces to the early learning center.
Oh, they took that
No,
down?
it was still there last week.
Just certain pieces of the
Oh,
equipment, not
okay.
all of it.
Okay. Okay.
But that's outdoor learning space is one of the areas they get graded on with daycare licensing.
And they're so picky at that age.
Oh my gosh.
And that area of the county so badly needs
Absolutely.
pre-K.
And he's
Yes.
provided a
Yeah,
lot
we
of
don't need to put
documentation in
kids on
here.
the bus.
It's the,
No,
I think it's the 38,000 one that he really liked. And felt would meet his needs.
You suffice for the pre-K.
Will they have the equipment they need, not playground equipment, but all the other equipment that they will need to do the pre-K?
Yes.
So, yes,
Like many regulations about the pre-K.
yeah, we just had a room license, 2 weeks ago. So the equipment that they need will be about $20,000. But we already have that covered part through that grant, I believe. They were going to be able to fund, anyway, it'll go to one classroom and then the stuff that we currently have, because we do have some materials, will go to the one at Blue Ridge.
Well, I make a motion that we approve the Blue Ridge expenditures. And I guess the other question I had after we,
Well,
what do I?
we're approving to take it to the commissioners. To commissioners, yeah, because we'll come back in July with whatever the commissioners.
Okay, so does the capital outlay goes to the commissioners as well?
So got a motion to approve this one on the floor. Do I have
I
seconds?
second it.
Okay.
I've had committees, people not asking for things that are not really necessary. They've been very.
Before we flip, vote on it. All those in favor, raise your hand. Okay, we're good.
Okay, so now. They've asked for a launcher and a battery powered one, of course, we're trying to get away from propane in school buildings.
You can store them in the building.
Yeah, you just want to building.
Yes,
Little
now.
back and forth. I think that's well justified.
We're doing that
Tell
for,
me again, Amanda, is the, I'll get back in the swing of this in a minute. PSBR RF, is that, are all these funds what we're asking for the commissioner?
No.
I didn't think that one was.
That's the public school building repair and renovation. fund.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Anything I
Remember
thought
what
would
it's
fit
for?
well in there, I'll put that in there. And you got a sheet with your stuff that shows our balances in the public school building repair and renovation.
That's what this single sheet is.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
Yeah, we
Thank you.
haven't got our full allotments yet from the state on that, but I was less than that money's being, and it's just good. The one request on here that Dr. Cox and I went back and forth about was the tractor. They used to use it,
Mhm.
well, let me back up. They use it for scraping that gravel playground at the top of the hill. And they used to use it for, moving snow, but now they have trucks with plows on it.
Mhm.
I hesitate a little with a $34,000 tractor for an elementary school.
I agree. I agree too.
That one doesn't give me warm fuzzies at all.
Well, it don't mow the yard either.
What else?
No, it
Do you
doesn't.
think
doesn't
use it
have-
on
Oh, it
the
does, the
building,
tractor.
Top it all?
I think so.
So the only thing they'll use it for is,
Well, JD has been out on leave, so I didn't get to ask him specifically, so I talked to Mr. Grable. And he said it would be like if trees fell, he could remove the limbs and things like that. And, the smooth out the gravel at the top. To me, it's just not a necessary expense right now when we have other big items.
I agree with you.
Yeah, I think maintenance could handle those things much more economically for us.
We can, and if we need a tractor for a day, it's
We can
always
get a
cheaper
tractor
to
for a day.
rent than to spend
Yeah.
$13,000.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How are what is the lawnmower situation? Are they
It's
good?
It's good.
Okay. Cause at first I thought, well, maybe they're gonna use the tractor to mow.
That's what
We're
I
not.
was thinking too, but that's not the case.
You know, everybody is struggling with, we replaced a mower at Mountain View last year. So he's pretty good in that aspect. Everybody, we're gonna see a lot more mowers coming through. Just is the nature of business.
How come their burnisher is different than, well, okay, it's a floor scrubber versus a burnisher. Never mind. Okay, I thought we were looking at the same thing. I don't use either one, so
I know what a scrubber does, but I'm not real sure about the burnisher. Is it polisher?
It's
that's polisher. Yeah. Okay, sorry. I knew there's two different prices there.
And then, you know, Mountain View's getting some age on it and the sinks are looking pretty rough and you're. Honestly, anytime you go to another school and you go in the bathroom, it's like, you don't want to use it. We don't ever want our buildings to get looking like that. So, he has put a request in to replace his sinks.
But you're covering those under the,
We could, yeah. And that can be done in this year. We can move that forward if we can get it on maintenance this summer. List to do. If we want to.
Well, since I took so much of our time, I'm pushing these motions.
So I take a motion to do the burnisher and the bathroom sinks, but leave out the tractor.
okay?
I'll second.
I move that.
Okay. All right. With a tractor or just by yourself?
I don't
You
know. She told me I would move it, so I don't know.
That's
Without the tractor.
without the tractor. Yep.
That's what I
I
heard.
second
Yeah.
the motion.
All right.
Jenny, you're not
I'll
teaching right now.
second.
Okay. All right. All those in favor, go ahead and raise your hand. Okay, all right.
I used to teach that. Sorry.
Westwood,
Curriculum.
Okay,
Most
Westwood,
people don't.
again, Davey and I tried to replace their partitions in their bathrooms. They're looking a little rough.
And they do not fit.
And why do they call them gang bathrooms?
I asked that question too. I hate that, but it's because you have
This is the elementary school, I'm telling you.
multiple stalls. Yeah.
Little mini games.
I asked that on the maps for the new middle school.
And that's really what they call, if you Google it.
Yeah.
Really?
That's what I know, but I never liked that name for it at all.
And you're pulling that out of the PS.
Yeah.
funds.
And I especially like the fact that he said that they've worked on the vandalism and it's down, so that when we get new ones, they're not hopefully
That runs pretty tight ship.
horribly
It does.
damaged.
So I'll make the motion, we approve that, especially since we don't have to ask anybody else for the money.
I second it.
All right, so I got a motion and a second. All those in favor, raise your hand. Okay. Keep going.
So the next thing is Ash Early College. And this is, she's requesting a position, curriculum instruction coach. She has, and that's one of the reasons I provided this, she had a big long
I
explanation
know,
in
I
there.
had to make it big.
I know, and it was tiny. I could feel her passion in this, so that's why I wanted y'all to see it for yourself. I think they do
Well,
need some
let's
additional
think
support.
like that, didn't she?
Mine was low, I had to make it bigger.
Can we take a break and come back to this one?
Yes, ma'am. Well.
You want-
Because this one's gonna take a while.
Sure.
If you want to take
Just like a
Need a
2-minute break.
just a short break,
Yeah.
short recess, we'll call a short recess, bathroom break.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Because that one's gonna be.
Okay, thank you.
You're about out of coffee.
Well, I don't need any more coffee because I'll have to have a bathroom break.
Yeah.
I had a migraine, so I had to have one the last 3 days. I had to have coffee. Caffeine helps my migraine.
Didn't know that.
Well, migraine are different. They dilate, your vessels dilate, so caffeine constricts them.
Things that back down. Poor old Katrina used to have those all the time.
And since I've been 18 years old,
Oh, Lord.
That's not 2 years now.
he makes good meds now.
Well, I've seen some people that have that little ear piercing, you know, like right in there.
Mom has that.
And they say that helps. All right, so we'll go back in from recess right now, about 11:27. So we're picking back up with the early college, Asher Early College.
And I asked if I could know the number of students enrolled there as well as the staffing that they have.
So I believe they have 147, 146 students at the early college.
That many?
Mhm.
And will that number be well, they have all 4 years there?
Correct, or 5.
5.
So they can extend to a 5-year. I think this coming year, they'll have 13 kids choosing to go a 5th year. Yeah. And that way they can finish their associate degree. They have to finish all their high school requirements. But this allows them to finish their associate degree while in high school.
Okay, now in addition to the principal and the counselor, what other staff do they have and how many teachers?
So they have 5 teachers. Well, and they're fully staffed right now. So they have 5 teachers. They have a counselor, principal, and they have a secretary, data manager, the payroll person. She's an all-in-one.
She does everything.
She does it all in one, correct?
Amanda, how much of this is salary and how much of it is,
I've always got my notes.
how much of it is salary and how much of it is, benefits?
It's an
Salary is $5,927 a month, so for an 11-month position, it'd be $65,197.
So this is much more than a teacher would make?
Now, this is on the teacher's.
This is on the teacher's scale. It's on the teacher's scale over here.
Master's 15. Anytime you don't have a.
We don't pay a
position
master.
go at the bottom.
We don't pay
Instructional
masters.
coaches.
Okay,
The instructional coaches get paid
She
masters,
does.
but everybody else does.
she must have wrote it down there.
Well, I
At the bottom
didn't
of that.
see it.
I hadn't done that. I stopped it.
See, you need to scroll.
They'll
I
need
know.
to help her with their numbers a little bit.
I'm sorry.
I'm used to all
I've asked
typing.
you questions that's right here that I did not see. I apologize.
So what's FICA?
FICA,
FICA.
that's your Medicare's social security.
Everybody pays into FICA if you're a
Okay, and what did
Federal
you say?
tax.
They would get 5,927 a month, right?
That's what our instructional coaches on average make with master's clips, 15 years of experience. And that's what we
11.
typically, for 11 months.
When you're planning, you go middle of the road, you go high, you don't go low, and you hope you hit somewhere.
So where are we at? Are we,
We don't have anybody in this position, yet, so we have to hire somebody.
It looks to me like this person would be covering the CTE and testing kind of helping with that and data connected to that. I'm seeing that they would also have coaching responsibilities as well as management, assistant principal kind of.
And currently, they do not have anyone in that, in the test, coordination role. And right now, what they've done is a teacher who doesn't have a tested subject has been running it at the school. So they've split their duties, but it becomes a lot on a classroom teacher to do that piece as well. So
If you do the math, they
this is
have
what she would get.
29 students per teacher on average. Yeah, so that's a heavy load right
I
there.
just want to make sure.
There's no doubt she needs some help. It's up to the principal how that help works.
The only other question I get is what kind of support do we get from Wilkes Community College on this area? Because when they turn a certain age, a lot of that responsibility goes to Wilkes, right? They have classes with Wilkes.
So, Wilkes Community College, through the MOU, we pay for it because it comes through the grant. It's designated through the MOU, and designated through the Cooperative Innovative High School structure that we're bound under. A person that works for Wilkes, not for us. So they designate everything that they do or don't do. And they are the ones who schedule the college classes.
So the college classes professors or what instructors, they get paid from Wilkes.
Yeah, oh, yes.
Yes.
They get books.
The liaison that we pay for.
So we have a newer liaison and they're,
I think she's fine. I think
oh,
it's
she's
the
fine.
restrictions.
She's fine. It's just, she's restricted in what Wilkes will allow her to do.
Now, I know it used to be that in this state, students could stay in high school till their 21st birthday if they hadn't successfully graduated. And the 18 transition is to not getting free schooling is irrelevant with the 5-year schools, these early colleges, because the state is funding supposedly through the high schools, but it's one of those not fully funded issues that we deal with all the
We're
time.
really funded at all in some ways, so,
What about the grant that pays for the counselor, liaison, and the office support, which is the required positions? With those 3 things, we're still running in the hole about $16,000.
and then there's textbooks on top of it.
Yeah, we cover the teachers from our other allotments. And then we're paying for the textbooks, which run about $12,000 a semester.
And those are going up.
Yeah, high school textbooks are now running higher than what college textbooks were.
They are,
15,
they
20
are.
years ago.
Well, and that's one of the, one of the reasons why we were able to use ESSER dollars for our ELA adoption, because we knew we would never be able to afford books in that magnitude again, based on the number of dollars that we receive. So, Lindsay could use the help there, to be able to do the things that she knows is necessary. Again,
And then we can take it forward. And if it, I suspect we'll get funded on a percent like we always do. And then
we can come back and decide what we can
really
really
like
like.
to do.
Well, in an ideal world, I would fund everything that they ask for. And I'm not-
We would too.
and
I
I'm
mean, they're
not-
not hungry.
Please don't think I'm just arguing for the sake of arguing, because
You are dying.
we're trying to be a good steward and it's gonna get worse. But,
Oh, bring it on.
but, when Lindsay does a good job and those are good kids up there. It's not that, it's just how do we make our buck cover enough stuff and do enough of the right things? And so this is hard. Give me a burnisher, I can do $6,000 for a burnisher, you gotta have that, but with personnel, it's much more difficult.
But.
It's
Kinda-
much more difficult. So
Yeah.
could we go ahead and say yes until we find out differently?
Yes, you don't get it if
Find
you
out
don't
whether we get
ask.
the money or not.
Back in July to see if we can do any of this.
Yeah.
It may not be possible.
Yeah,
you know.
but I
She
would like to
definitely
help
needs-
Lindsay if we can. I think that early college is a wonderful idea for our students. And there's a lot of administrative work that has to be done. And
It concerns me because she's burning herself out and we're all in it very.
See, and I'd rather this money, I could see doing this money with no question compared to the 60,000 the Hill School. If you want out the truth. So she definitely needs
It
this.
benefits a lot more
well,
children.
this will benefit,
Yeah.
all of those students and
that a-
staff, help us keep our staff.
Yeah, because we got some good ones up there.
Is that in the motion?
Yes.
Who?
I'll make a motion that we ask for this money.
Second? Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Yeah. Yeah, they did. Any questions? All in favor? All right. Over Learning Center.
Actually, we're gonna be having the summer program this year. And her custodian is currently 11 months. He tries to split 2 weeks in June and 2 weeks in July to cover the mowing season. But he's gonna need to be there that whole month of July.
And we've contacted with him anyway, specifically to help out at other schools during the summer when we've been down. So we're always in need of somebody to work that extra month, but the early learning center is gonna need it.
I mean, you can look in that building, he does an excellent
Oh, my God.
Those floors are just shining.
Well, Hoodoo doesn't charge us for the extra counseling he gives those children.
No,
They love him there.
Mr. Ed.
I call him Hoodoo.
He holds their hands, they're walking in the morning and they just say,
They cry if he's not there.
oh, they do?
Get him out of the car.
He's a sweetheart.
I'm hearing good things. Motion,
I move that we approve the custodian.
I have a second.
Second.
Okay, got two. That's good. Any other questions? All in favor? Raise your hand.
That one may be one we have to approve a little bit ahead of time just because of the timing of
Not horrible.
and the timing of when we have to come back for our second work session.
Can we find that money somewhere else?
I was gonna tell you all this before we were closed. It's just a fun fact, you know, I'm a nerd like that. When we were closed in October and most of January, we're have to save 12% on our electricity. So, you know, there's some funding there.
Some
this
savings,
year.
some savings.
That's
Yeah.
already budgeted for those things and she's amazing at moving things around.
It's just
Find $1,000 here and there for different things.
They add up after a while.
It's not,
But that was just a fun fact. It's not just-
and we're pretty tight.
Well, before we start on the next one, you know how I feel about turf fields, so I'm gonna keep my mouth shut. You know how I'm going to vote on that one. But while it would disturb me that the MOU is not working with the hospital and we're asking for $70,000. Why is that MOU not working and what can we do to fix that MOU before we ask
I think
for
it's a
$70,000?
There's not one to be found.
He's the only, well, so if we even ask for that money, I mean, if we found one, which it's not gonna matter whether we can pay him from this fund or that fund,
So we're only.
will the
paying-
hospital do that
Um,
again? The MOU?
So I've requested Brian to actually look at more options. So either talk with the hospital and figure out what he needs to make that MOU work. I know in the fall, there's a new requirement for all wrestling. I think it's practices and games that they have to have an athletic trainer, so it adds another sport to it, along with football and I don't know, there's a list of things that they have to be at, whether it's a game or practice. So I've requested that he actually looks at that need and how we might be able to fulfill that need, whether it be through the hospital or somewhere else. And so that's what he has been doing. Since I'm on the hospital board, I've tried to stay away from that MOU. I was actually asked about it this morning and I said, Brian Hampton is the one you need to talk to, about making these needs work because he's the one who knows. That's the person who's over, figuring it out for the high school and really countywide. So anyway, the $70,000, does he like to have somebody on staff?
If it doesn't work, I'd like to know why, just that the MOU is not working is not sufficient information.
I think it's probably not enough, because the MOU is 11,000.
It's some of it's money.
But we're asking for $70,000.
Yeah, so
That's why we asked him to look at other
the
things.
hospital can't find one. He has posted it multiple times. Brian has reached out to Schuster's. They do not have an athletic trainer on staff to help. And then we had heard that Allegheny and some other counties were using Baptist. He reached out to Baptist and they said they couldn't serve our area because is it Novant
Right.
was a provider here?
Well, Novon is who's over an hour. They're under a whole,
Here, they're under something.
they're under Atrium.
Atrium.
They're under Atrium.
Yeah.
Baptist is owned by
So,
Atrium.
but he's tried to go some different routes. I don't know, it's hard enough.
What about Watauga? They're under UNC, but I don't know if the UNC Novant thing would have anything to do with that.
So
Forsyth is no bond.
Yeah, Forsyth is, yeah.
Yeah, why can we talk to Forsyth? Because the radiologist comes from Forsyth. And different things, so we may even talk to Baptist, but Forsyth is the one. who's-
Baptist.
This is the teaching hospital.
Yeah, well, and Baptist has a hospital in Wilkes County too.
Yeah.
they bought Wilkes.
So I don't know that we've necessarily explored all of our options, because when this came to us, we started talking, well, we've been talking about longer than that, because our students have a need. Our athletics program do have a need, to have an athletic trainer. Some schools have one full-time that are on their staff, and some schools contract, like Allegheny. So he's still exploring those options, but this opportunity, the fact is he needs an athletic trainer and more services than what we're currently providing. I don't know whether it's 70,000, but 70,000 would seem to be what a beginning plus
Adrian did tell him that their beginning salary for
56.
is $50,000, and that not include benefits, we have to add that on top, so.
Okay, let's talk about the elephant in the room then. Would Adam be willing to come back if we increased his salary to make it more beneficial for leaving his family and all of that? I know they've had a lot of extra stress with their son and what he's been going through, but he is the only athletic trainer in this district that I know of, and I've asked around some. Would he be willing to do that?
I don't know if that's an appropriate conversation for now, talking about someone else's.
Well, it's talking about this right here.
I don't want to talk about a current personnel person here.
I would like to talk about a couple other things on this whole list. First of all, I was thankful that he broke down the lighting, and I understand from past experience, conversations, some areas, and especially the football field, are dark and dangerous when you have large crowds there. So I'm opposed to the whole thing at once, but doing like the football field and then next year asking for another. Because those lights are really old and there is a lot cheaper and brighter. It's not cheap to buy them, but the energy is, I'm opposed to the football field because of the cost of the lighting, and although I don't think we can do both. And the wrestling mats, is there any way that the athletic booster club, with the monies they raise through the concession stand, could buy those as their donation to the school?
I think one of the justifications for doing the football field is they would have plenty of opportunity to raise money through the booster club, correct?
Yeah.
But didn't they pay some on the football field?
Yeah, they finished.
A little bit.
Finished the notes.
I guess that we kind of drained them, didn't we?
I doubt it.
No,
We did-
they got money.
It was like 50,000 or something. It wasn't that much.
Well, I mean, we have in the past split cost with booster clubs, we've done 50 and they've done 50%.
So I will say that the wrestling mats are required to actually have a wrestling team.
Right.
And if we're gonna fund something for athletics, I think we should fund the required things. And then our boosters club and other can fund the more fun things, I guess you could say, and things that are not required to actually do the sport. These mats are getting old. They're ready to expire. It does become a safety issue, and I think we do need to have the mats in our wrestling program. If we're funding anything, we certainly need to, in my opinion, need to fund the mats, because again, they're going to need them.
I was just suggesting that because it was the cheapest
Yeah,
item on his
absolutely.
expensive list.
Yeah.
And the lighting he wrote here said could potentially
Be.
Yeah, it was,
break down.
Well, we broke it down.
We broke it down. We asked for it to be broken down because there's no way, I mean, $1.3 million almost is a lot of money in one ask. But if you're chipping away at it, lighting is a need.
Do you know which of the four fields is in the most need of them being replaced in terms of safety and in terms of breakdowns, cost, whatever? Because there's a wide range of pricing there.
did we not have a cycle that they were gonna try to do those on last year when we talked about this? There was a plan where we were gonna do
Football was first.
football was first and then whatever, but I'm,
I mean, I think
it's not
it's
broke.
also-
I'm not too willing to repair it played again, and then I'm wondering how the baseball field is twice as much.
Baseball.
It's baseball and softball. It's two.
Well, I'm looking at the breakdown here.
Yeah, baseball, softball, two fields. It's just
I'm
a-
looking at the breakdown here, and my
Yeah.
question is,
Different than up here.
yeah, baseball is more than twice as expensive as the softball field to do this on. So I know that baseball fields are bigger, but we need some other things before we turf that softball field. It needs some other stuff done to it.
Oh, you're talking about the turf.
Oh,
It's on the lighting.
I
Okay.
was on lighting, sorry.
I'm sorry.
I was just,
I'm sorry. I'm
'cause I kept
looking
trying to
at.
find, I could see her.
I'm sorry. I'm
but I-
sorry.
That's good. No.
So you're talking about down here, the baseball, softball and soccer, right? Is that where you're at?
Let me get back to it.
I think she's on the turf.
She
Yeah, I
was-
was looking at the turf. I was just looking at all of it and I could not. No, I
Are,
not for it.
are any of those fields slated to be, and I'd hate to use the word danger, but in danger with the new middle school construction?
I don't think so.
Okay, all right.
I think
I didn't
we,
think so, but I just, you know,
I knew that we had talked about it.
I'd hate to do something and then that's the path
You
for the
know,
dump truck.
before we turf that softball field, it needs to be renovated because you go to the dugout and then there's a drop off there that could be potentially dangerous for people walking around in the dark out there.
Why would
We're
they
not
be
walking
walking out in
around
the dark?
behind the dugout, it just drops right off. And the last time I checked, I don't know if they've got their, of course, you couldn't put the batting page up in this wind, I don't care if it were made of steel, but it's that, before we even talk about turfing that needs to be repaired.
I can't imagine just turfing something without making sure that everything is there, and I don't know what that includes
So
specifically in that quote. If it's just the turf, I'm texting him right now.
I'm not interested in turfing.
And he probably just put this out here just to see what you could get, you know what I mean? Just throwing it out there.
And guys, if I might make a comment here, Ashe County's been hit hard this year. And there are lots of expenses that the county's gonna have to pick up that will enable us to get back to some sense of normalcy because we're still not there.
Great.
And if you go up the river, it is awful. It's terrible. We still have roads that are not being repaired. We still have a lot of things. And I think for us to ask for $3 million that are not
No way.
completely necessary this year, we may be shooting ourselves in the foot before we ever get started.
Yeah.
And I don't mean that ugly by any means. I appreciate, Mr. Hampton for having the vision that this is where we would like to go because, you know, we need to have visions and we need to continue to improve whatever facilities we have. But this year may not be the year. We're looking at landfill issues. We're looking at trying to recover from the hurricane issues. There was a lady in, McDonald's last night who was homeless and she couldn't get anywhere to go. So these are all issues that have to be funded. So for us to ask for $3 million for athletic fields right now may not be a proper ask or a timely ask, I guess. How do I need to state that? A timely ask there. I hope we will continue to improve, but if we have to ask for this, they're gonna, I don't know.
I would say that we, turf, I would say that we say somewhere in the future, we'd like this to happen, but not say we want it this time. I could see asking for the lights for the football field first and say somewhere in the future, as money becomes available, we would like to continue to put light in the tennis, baseball, soccer fields also, but not all at one time. Do it one each year. And I know we have to have that, but there's no way around that. We have to have the nets. Those two we absolutely. I mean, I'm not saying, I'm just saying, suggest somewhere when you make the suggestions.
Do we?
Suggest that that they do this and do, this is something we have a vision for, we don't expect it to happen this year.
Do we have to do the football field all at one time either? Because the area that is the most needy is back there at the back. It's not actually the football field line.
You have to do it all at one time.
The cost at cost.
And I think they're using the regular, the poles that are existing.
Yeah. By the way, paying a higher price for half the field is good for the whole field.
Okay, I'm just asking.
That's typically the way these companies work.
I move that we okay the football lighting, the athletic trainer and the wrestling mats, and let Brian know the rest is for later consideration, but not this year.
And,
Okay.
you know, you put, we, like we did the last time, just put a suggestion for the commissioners to be thinking about this.
So when our new maintenance person comes on board, we're gonna work with,
It comes to.
I know. But when he's on board, we're planning to do a similar 5-year cycle that we did about 5 years ago, looking at our facilities needs in general. And, you know, we'll have a lot of these things, I'm sure, will be on their wants and needs. But we'll have him take a look at that, and we'll have a comprehensive look at all of our facilities at that time. And we've been able to check off quite a few of those things, but I think you'll find that there are some other needs that are coming up as well.
So we got a motion on the floor to send forward the football, the athletic trainer and the wrestling mats. Do I have a second to that?
Second.
Now, I'd like to make a
Discussion.
comment about that. I would really like to find out why we don't have an MOU for the hospital for this trainer, because they paid for that before. We didn't have to pay for that.
We do have an MOU. It needs to be updated.
It's a two.
But why are we asking for $70,000 then if we could get the hospital or some of them to fund that completely?
That athletic trainer is going to be in so many different places. I don't think you're gonna get one business to give you somebody to do all those things, are you?
Hospital did before.
Well, you had Brian, you had, what's his name?
It's also increased what the requirements are too.
And it's only
But it won't hurt
handling,
to ask until we
Oh,
know what to ask.
absolutely, but this was the ideal from the high school standpoint. This is their ideal. And like I said, I've requested them to take a look at what all the options are, including the needs to meet the new needs for the MOU.
how much, I'm sorry. How much did the hospital give before?
So,
Sorry.
well, on our part, but then the boosters are paying for a third of it.
Oh, okay.
So,
And am I right that it only covers football and wrestling? The MOU? Because it says here they only cover the required sports, football and wrestling.
So wrestling has a new requirement for all practices upcoming. And, you know, the football is the one that's been required for a long, long time. So it will increase. I just don't know how much, to be able to cover those new sports. Or, you know, the practices and things for wrestling that were not on there before.
And would paying for this enable some training to go on for our baseball teams, our tennis teams, or is that just strictly for the football and the wrestling?
It would be potentially for whatever the schedule would allow. We obviously have to follow the law first, but
Right.
on top of that, you know, it depends on, really on the schedule. I would love to have them available to tape, you know, ankles and elbows and whatever, you know, before the school day ends, you know, so that they're ready for a game or practice, but.
I guess what bothered me was the write-up about it. There was just not enough information to make a good decision about what we were looking at and what our needs actually were, and I won't say anything else about that.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so we'll bring back more information on that one. We'll get more information to you on that one, including the number of people that he has talked with as far as the MOU and what those specific requirements. And if we have an MOU, it'll be brought to you also.
All right, so any other comments, questions? All those in favor of the motion, raise your hand. Any opposed? Okay. IT.
Okay, so this one's, a request from T Media, Amy, she's the guru of all events. You know, we've taken on a lot of big events over the last little while. Back to school. What else does that correlate to?
I'm sorry.
Back to school bash, complications are always huge. Her reading creek, is that what we're, reading creek and read out. And, Charlotte Husky, and we are out of space. We have nowhere to store anything. Part of technology supplies are stored in Dr. Cox's office. And if Dr. Cox has got somebody in there, they can't get in to get their supplies. So we are out of room here. What she would like to, the, you know. The plan would be to add on to this building out here, and that's where the $100,000 comes in. If we could find a spot of land, which we're about running out of land in this little section too, most of that behind us is swampy.
And you got road going off too?
But it needs to be here on this side because that's where all the planning and everything comes here. It's just, we're like everybody, we're just out of space.
So you're needing only 400 square footage is what you're asking, right?
That's what she.
And would there be offices, or like an office in there, just storage?
Just storage.
Have you ever thought about one of those pods that come from like down south? You know,
I think that we're looking at, also potentially heating it.
Thank you.
A lot of
Yeah, it
supplies will
has
be
some-
deteriorated if you don't have moisture control.
that's-
Climate control.
So for example, we've got out here, we had a donation of backpacks that we will be using for a back to school blast. We get them when we can, because you get them on sale, you get them donated. Diane's really familiar with that with Project Graduation. You know, anyway, it just requires a place to put some of this stuff. So,
What? I guess what bothers me is paying $100,000 for a $20,000 building, okay? So what other options are there other than that? Could we build something on top of what we already have?
That's what we're
that's
doing.
what we're doing.
We're
We're
building.
gonna build it on top of that?
And Amy, she had, Mike license
That's what it says on here.
to, do these estimates for her. She said she felt like they were probably a little high,
Right.
for that. And that's probably, Mike's probably thinking fully finished out, insulated, all the.
But if you're gonna heat it and do moisture control.
You'll need insulation.
You need installation and you need to fur out the walls.
I
So
may
she
have been
put that
thinking
in.
about electricity and I don't know, it was, she felt like it was a high number. If we can find a spot here, we can do an outbuilding. It's just, like I said,
Are there any,
we don't have enough parking right now.
right, yeah, you'd have to take parking.
Yeah.
Any opportunities for this that could be involved with like some of the CTE?
Oh, yeah.
Where they could help, you know, in years past, you know, they used to build things and involve in the project with that. I don't know if that can even be done now or not. I know things have
Well, they built it.
changed. Right, yeah.
Right.
I mean,
That's a great idea.
They built a swimming pool.
Actually, Mr.
mhm,
Hinkton has a
the gym.
project down in his request that is involving his students.
Didn't know.
We can check on that, but you know, we can't build without permission or, you know, have another building put on a site without permission, so those are.
Well,
So the
We
100
do
is the
need
worst.
space.
I get the idea of the storage space, but that $100,000 is just going, okay.
That's a lot.
So,
Town of Jefferson should build it for us since we're here in their vicinity and they won't keep us.
Do they?
Holly, why don't you call them, see? if
Project
you-
Graduation was very fortunate that we had one deeded to us, and it's been it's not heated, but it's been extremely helpful, but
I mean, we can table
Oh,
that.
I think they should build.
What's the You
I
want
mean,
to
I think
table
I'd
it or?
take that off if the bill payable would be $20,000 instead. When you look at that 20,000 and 50,000, and you come over here, it's 100,000, that's not a good look.
I think she just wanted to give you all options.
Mhm.
Well, I appreciate that. So.
And,
Our
our new maintenance director, when he gets here, can he come up, he may have some ideas that will reduce the cost for us.
He absolutely may have some ideas,
So I think,
but that'll be next week.
Mhm.
is this fine to table it till maybe he comes on,
I'm with tabling.
you know?
I don't see that idea.
I mean, this is,
That's right.
we do a lot of projects for the community and we have a lot of stuff that we're gathering over time.
Good policy.
So it is a need,
Oh,
but it's not our number one priority as far as an ask is concerned.
You're in a different
The
order.
sheriff's office could
Yeah,
help
it's
us.
been
with
awful.
something.
I don't know why.
Oh, search 10,
Just saying,
not 15.
you're reaching out to me.
Oh.
Oh, I don't know.
Here's this one.
Okay, so so I make a motion that we go ahead and table this.
Thank you.
correct?
You and mine.
I second that. And
Okay,
then I'm add break for lunch.
okay, all right.
I don't have a vote.
All right, so we've got motion and a second to table and break for lunch. Go.
Please tell everybody concerned that we are not knocking the idea, we're just looking for options because those programs are very important to our students. And we want to make sure that we can keep that level up for those kids. It saves families a lot of money. It saves, it's a big community endeavor and we need to keep that stuff where we can do it. And I have some mental health issue, materials that I'll add to the mix that I need to get out of my basement myself.
Wait, we're going to lunch first. We'll do that.
We are?
Yeah.
Vote.
After the vote. All in-
Don't go to mental issue. Let's eat.
Let's, yeah, all in favor?
Oh, you didn't understand?
There you go. That was at the end.
Bring it back in.
Instead, I've got a box of materials.
I know, I'm
that-
sure
yeah,
you
yeah, for
do.
It's actually for the middle school career day. I'm trying to get back, because Megan is. I can't Why is?
All right. So we'll catch back up after recess for lunch. Here at 12:30. And we're moving into CTE, looks like.
Yeah, I don't have it. I was trying. It's fine. I see it's on this one.
So the first item are the seamless welders. It is a need so that we can keep kids moving along. We do have a huge interest in welding in our school district, and this would come from local funding.
What, the certification is completed after welding 3 or someplace else?
There's a fourth class. In fact, we have a little girl that we saw yesterday that is in her fourth class, but it's through the fourth one, I believe, is through the community college.
Well, how many, and they have 12, 14 students and they,
And they can have more students in there. I don't know what the limit is on welding, text Earl and find out specifically what the limit is. And it's all, regulated, but, right now they're sharing some. And we had been using the ones at the community college, but they moved theirs down to the Wilkes campus. And so, we have the ones that we've, previously purchased. I'm saying this all correct, right?
yes, yeah. And how many students are taking welding 3?
14, 12, 14, depending on the class, which is a lot of kids in that type of a class. Maximum for most CPE classes is 20.
Well, they're saying they currently have 12 to 14 students.
It's just a lot of them are standing around waiting because.
So they like have 6 to or so welders or something like that.
We have, here, I'll find it.
Says local funding. Where's it?
County
I think we only have 6.
Okay.
I think they're sharing, like we have 3 students sharing a device.
That is a lot of downtime.
Correct. And it's, like I said, it's growing in popularity.
That's what I say, they've got a new curriculum,
We do.
college-wise, they can go right into that.
Well, those simple trades. Waiting for them. They can make good money too.
And that school that they go to for 6 months is so expensive.
But you're done within 3 months or 6 months or something. And then Eli Mass went off, he went up to Kentucky or something, but they went off and they made, you can make it up. I seem to remember in Catawba County in 2005, welders were making $45 an hour.
It doesn't surprise me.
And so we started welding programs down there because we didn't have enough welders. Good pay.
Second thing is greenhouse storage. This is the one that he's doing as a project for his students. CTE can only pay for certain things, but he needs help with the concrete and footings and metal roofing. And the students are currently designing the storage shed for their tractor. I reached out to DPI because it was a little questionable whether we could use public school building repair and renovation funds. He said we could, but be careful how we worded it. Not to say it was tractor storage. So anytime somebody says something like that to me, I get a little like, is this the right thing to do or not? So it may be that this would need to be more of a capital project than just a school building repair and renovation.
But we'll definitely clarify which pot of money it has to come out when this is something you'd like to support.
And it is student programming, so technically we could take it local as well.
Right.
Possibility.
Yeah. I like what it's in. Yep. And the next thing he asked for, last year we did some computer lab chairs, and this project would finish him out. And also provide chairs at the early college too, because I think they're using some old. They are furniture there. And finally, his big ask is for an ag teacher. He recently hired this season. And she is doing some great things, but she's split between ag and what's the other one? Animal science. So this would give us two teachers, one for each pathway. And it would help serve more students.
What-
How many
Agriculture,
students we have?
that's a good question.
900 and some students at the high school and early college that would be eligible to teach those or take those classes.
But how many are enrolled, currently enrolled?
They're full. They're like 20 kids in a class and that would be full.
And with our county having the regional research area and with our main crops being Christmas trees and pumpkins in the agriculture area and cattle in the science area, if we have the enrollment, we need the teachers.
So you know how CTE funding works with the Perkins funds.
Yeah.
And, they are grades 8 through 12 is what it serves. And of course, we have 7th and 8th graders taking some of these introductory classes, et cetera, which is important to be able to introduce kids younger and younger to careers. We support more pathways than just about anybody else, especially for our size. And when you get into some of the larger school districts, they only serve a couple of different programs and specialize. And we've always liked to support a diverse number of programs because people have different interests. So from health sciences to agriculture to the Project Lead the Way classes, they're all very different and serve the needs of different kids. And so we'd like to expand on that without having to cut another program. And that's the kind of choice we have to make in order to use just the months of employment that CTE provides.
Are they currently doing in the agriculture CTE student committee or club? I'm trying to keep up with the right.
FFA, yes.
FFA, I couldn't remember the initials, but having a second one would also help support that. And farmers are on the decline and it's becoming a critical issue nationwide, getting enough students interested to pursue farming and agriculture, generally speaking. So I would like to see this.
And they could also use that new ag building that's coming on as an extra person to take students over there, hands-on and do all that.
And we already have 5th graders that are gonna go over there here
See,
in a
that's
few
great.
weeks.
Yeah.
To introduce them as young as we can so that they can see a wealth of programming. Anyway,
I'm
How do we currently do, I mean, do we still teach both horticulture and animal science?
correct.
So is one person doing
One
that
person
before?
does that.
Okay, this would just be splitting it between two.
It would be,
Would it make the classes smaller?
probably allow us to serve more kids.
Okay.
and the teachers would be more expertise
In
in
a
the
certain
areas
field.
that they're teaching, so.
So if they're full right now, is there a waiting list? To get in these? Okay.
So they're in the current process of scheduling for classes next year, and of course, they have to, make choices. But the current teacher that we have in there is dynamic. She's really, the kids really like her.
I make a motion.
Okay. 4,
We accept this. That existed.
all of the projects listed?
Yes.
I would hate to have to eliminate any of those.
We have a good CTP program. We need to really support it.
It's probably the best in the state.
I know. I know. We do. We need to support.
But it's been the most active,
100%.
We support a lot of different programs that others don't have the opportunity to get exposed to.
Catch up just a little bit. Ms. Calhoun,
I heard
you did? Okay, good. All right. All right, well, good. I didn't want to leave nobody out.
And I second.
Okay, and Ms. Ward seconded the motion. Any other questions, comments? All those in favor of the motion, raise your hand. Sorry, I just think about the math.
Okay, so human resources just wants to keep their level funded. Exceptional children wants to keep their level funding. Student services. So the Ask Center clinician is currently we've been able to offset her salary. Her grant expired and did not get renewed. I'm not able to offset her salary with some of the mental health funds we got for Hurricane Helene. We did a little shifting around. It was 2 social workers in the hurricane money, but Elizabeth in local social worker money. It's on them and to cover that for this year. So going forward is our concern, how we're going to fund that. So we'd like to take a look at this. You all know the importance of the Ask Center. Probably all had a family that has had some experience doing it. We just feel passionately about this one. Dr. Cox can elaborate more on it. I can.
Unfortunately, this is something that we don't get funded for. And we have a growing need. And, I wish there were better ways to do that. We are seeking other means. But, once you start doing something well, sometimes those things don't get funded because they want to find somebody else who's not doing as well in a certain area. So unfortunately, we still have a need for our Ask Center and our social workers. And of course, it's the same pot of funds, whether it be local or 007 funds that fund counselors and other of our outside the classroom people, which the funding need is never going to go away, unfortunately. We will continue to seek additional funds. If the Project Serve grant is funded, we will have, we'll have part of that covered for next year. I wish we had more than what we currently have in this area. Unfortunately, the funds just aren't there to do that.
What is Appalachian able to do for us for the Ask Center? I know that Elizabeth, who's she?
Us.
Us.
So they fund their other people, and we paid for part of their other people as well. So the doctoral students.
$2,000 a year. And that probably is an offset of the supervisor, and then they provide the grad students that are in their, I guess, internship.
So the doctoral level students are, that's essentially how they're funding them.
They give them a little something.
Is the ACS or the ASC the correct?
It's ASC, yeah.
Okay.
At Ashe County Schools versus ASC, it's ASC, yes. Sorry.
Now, here I go again about the elementary school, but I understand that the way we're setting up now with the tiered program, there's not enough support for tier 2. Do we have a plan for that as well, or is it? I love the Ask Center, I really do. There's more counselors there. And do we have plans for our elementary schools to have some support there if we implement, which I understand we've implemented the TSS model?
That's required by the state.
So what kind of supports for tier 2 do we at that level?
So you're talking about elementary level. I can, Jamie's going to bring a lot of that to the next board meeting. So some of the mental health services that you have requested. And so you'll get to see exactly what that looks like. But we have counselors do tier 2. They don't do a whole lot of tier 1, which is, that would be for everybody in the classroom. They do a lot of tier 2. And that's what the work that most of the counselors are doing. We also have social workers that pull small groups. We have a school psychologist that also pulls small groups in some of the schools.
You only have
And those are elementary.
a social worker one day a week. She's been reassigned to the middle school. She's only there one day a week.
And that is temporary right now because of, the need at the middle school and, we didn't have a counselor. It's been posted for months. Potentially.
Keep your fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed on that one.
This is an area I'm not as familiar with. How much of this is unfunded mandates?
None of them are mandates,
None of them are mandates, so.
but they are completely unfunded. But I can't imagine our schools, if we were to tell them we were taking away our social workers, the Ask Center, our counselors, it would be a big problem.
It might be another place where we need to write a letter explaining what's happening and what the need is and all these services that they're providing for us. Because it sounds essential, but money's gonna be tight this year. Like Diane's pointed out.
Well, I'll vouch for the Ask Center because I worked very closely with them on several projects. They do an enormous amount of work, and I guess I look back to the students, and if we can save one, and we do have some cutters, we've had some kids who've attempted some things.
Every year.
And I mean, it's just recently, I'm just speaking recently, and if we can help that, then we'll have students to serve. If we cannot, then we're looking at more disasters that I won't even think about.
I
So-
agree, and I think there needs to be maybe a campaign to our representative, senator and representative about how there's no help with this coming from tax dollars. And this is a lot of money to continually have to keep looking for, working to get from grants.
So, last year, the year before, Amanda, when they added, a position to 007. So 2 years ago, they did add a position to 007 funding, which is under the umbrella, or that is the umbrella that covers a lot of these things. It's instructional support. And so, instructional support is a lot of things. So there are instructional coaches who are doing pull-outs with tier 2 and tier 3 academic services. They are our counselors, they are our media specialists, they are our instructional technology facilitators, all of them under that umbrella. And we only receive funding for 7. And then we pull funding from a whole bunch of other places, and, we have like 30 of those people in our district.
With our ADM drop, we ended up just breaking it, really didn't get an additional position. With the ADM drop.
Have you heard anything or having any interaction regarding, because I know on State Line, I heard that one of the things our legislators are looking at is totally changing the school funding formula. I think we need to keep a close watch on that somehow or another. Is that being done?
So I'm on the committee that the Public School Forum has pulled together.
Okay.
They have representatives from large and small districts across the state, superintendents, representatives, people in finance, other positions in public school, taking a look at what a new weighted student formula could look like. And there are other models out there, one being, I think Kentucky, another one in Tennessee. There are other places that have developed new funding formulas. The only way it's going to work is if everybody's funding increases from where they are now, because nobody has decreasing needs. There's still a lot of unknowns of how that would impact a small school district, because one of the things that we know, if we get position allotments in some things, and they'll pay for it regardless of how expensive that employee is. But then they're putting also more and more pressure on local school districts because of benefits and the things that are behind the scenes that nobody really sees. And so we got to keep a close eye on that and make sure it's prioritized well. So for example, an exceptional children's student costs us more money to educate. Many times they have multiple people that service them throughout the day or multiple people all day long, depending on the need. Versus somebody who might have a learning disability, they don't have as high of a need as someone who is wheelchair bound and in a self-contained class. So, if we get more funding for each of those, and realistically, we could gain more funding because we have a higher percentage of exceptional children in our district. But if they limit it so that they're not, so they're only special education children and not regular ed children first, as they all are, then, I worry about what that funding could look like for us. So to answer your question is, yes, we're watching it real closely. I had a face-to-face meeting in the Raleigh area, a couple months ago, and I had a Zoom meeting about a month ago. And really it's more of a listening and learning and giving incremental feedback. And there are some lawmakers on it, so I don't know where that's gonna take us.
Well, in the meantime, I said earlier, we don't get if we don't ask, and I think this is important, so I move that we approve these two items to go forward as part of our budget.
Okay, do I have a second?
One second.
Any other questions, comments? All in favor, raise your hand.
Okay, so next item up is from K-12 curriculum. She's needing some additional funding for science now it's not working out, available and ELA books for content building. She's put a better description in her name if you want me to type it down. No, Julie's that English teacher, actually. She writes really well.
I would like to see us giving the teachers what they need, but we spent how much money last year on this new program? The new curriculum, and
That wasn't science, though.
All
no, I know it
textbooks,
wasn't. science.
textbooks are on a 5-year rotation cycle depending upon, at least they used to be, because I was on some textbook improvement committees.
But do they still don't fund it like that, do they?
They've never funded it well enough.
No, they don't, and with no math's coming up, and that will be a large expense, they're still struggling in that area. So they're looking at outside sources, I think is what. the way to put it there.
Students. What does that mean down there?
That is the way she,
I'm getting a book for every 2 students for the Anchor Read Aloud.
Or did I,
30 students, you're gonna get 15 books.
agree with each other.
I think what they will do, they'd be passing them around, they check them out at different
Yeah.
times, is what I understand, different titles with my understanding. I have this right here.
Was that it? No, I think it comes from Amanda.
Yeah, we have it pulled up. Oh, I'm sorry.
I don't know you want to do.
Only way I didn't say something I could have shared.
No, I read it, read it.
Okay, I just,
I mean, seriously, I think everyone in the science book in
It's been over 10 years since they've had something.
what came with why are these two grouped together? So what came with the wit and wisdom? Because we spent a fortune on that
So the
stuff.
codables, I think, are more of the letters, not with wisdom.
Well, it says wit and wisdom right here in my
In
thing.
the bottom.
Mhm.
Well, it also says it's just for the K2,
Yeah, wit and wisdom,
whereas the science is for the entire
5th through 8th.
5th through 8th grade science classes.
Well, you know me, I want books in the hands of children, but if we have to choose between what we can fund and what we can't, the science stuff we need, it's probably 15 or 20 years old by now. But at the same time, we've just spent a fortune on wit and wisdom. Why didn't the wit and wisdom thing come with all of what we needed to teach?
It's the standards, the science
Or
standards.
she's just saying here, we're attempting to boost the wit and wisdom part.
So one of the things, this is the first year of implementation for Wit and Wisdom or the actual curriculum. And just like having the teachers choose Wit and Wisdom, which they did, now they are starting to understand what other needs that they have in order to supplement. So these are supplementary materials. So if it doesn't have a certain thing for a certain grade level that we're finding that it needs, that's what part of the request from the ELA perspective is. The science wasn't even looked at because this is a new curriculum. So
I would be more inclined to buy the new K2 Wit and Wisdom, because I don't think that what we have is appropriate for kindergarten. They have come out with a 45-minute version this year that really would help our kinders. That curriculum is not appropriate developmentally appropriate for our kinders through second grade. So instead of buying additional materials, it would be great if we could buy our kindergarten that program that will allow them to teach letters and all the other things that go with it. We have a 90-minute program for our kinders, 90 minutes. And I know they tried to revolve the topics and all that, but it's a 90-minute class every day for our kindergarten students. And that's too much. It's not developmentally appropriate. And I have looked at the materials, I've looked at the manuals. It's awful. So, why are we buying additional materials when we don't have appropriate materials?
It has to be appropriate that what we have.
It is not.
What if it wasn't?
This
I think we would
curriculum,
be hearing.
this curriculum was geared for 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. It was a more curriculum for that. And I've talked to some other people in some other school systems, and they feel like that the K2 stuff was tacked on to sell it to the whole system. That it has not been thought out nor developed quietly as good as our
You're talking to other schools?
6th, 7th, and 8th. Yes, ma'am.
What about the teachers that are teaching it?
They hate it. They don't think it's developmentally appropriate. The kindergarten, and now the older teachers seem to be okay, more it's the kindergarten, 1st and 2nd grade program.
Well, they have Liberty. That's.
No, they do not. They have to teach it to fidelity.
Have to teach everything to the.
Well, it's a scripted program and they have to teach it to this program.
Yeah, let's go.
There's not.
Teachers just add a little spin to where they make it easy for them to teach. Because we got some good teachers that can spin it and make it more.
Well, I've heard
Interesting.
this side,
it's-
I'd like
it's
to
a
hear that
scripted
side, because
program.
I'm seeing different faces over here, so I'd like.
Well, couple of things. We've been out to do observations, and it is a beautiful thing, what I am seeing. I am seeing kids being able to write sentences at a much younger level, and we know writing has gone down since we quit testing it. The questioning types, hearing little kids saying, I wonder, and I notice, and being exposed to such a wide array of topics, it is absolutely amazing. Do we have a couple of naysayers? Of course we do. But I think once they start seeing the benefits as it goes up and up and up each grade, I think everybody's going to be on.
it is a lot more rigorous. The language is more rigorous, and the writing is more rigorous. And yes, there is structure to it right now, but they have to learn it to be able to implement it. And you can't pick and choose the things until you know what's going to work. And if any year that they can implement something and find out if it's going to work, it's this year. They have a lot of, we've had a tough year. And so if they can try it and see what is going to work best in the classroom and see the results that we're getting. I am supportive of our curriculum and our teachers being able to do that. One of the things that I've heard over the years is that we've gotten stuff and they never followed through with implementation. And so I think it's really important that we don't make our hard, the students hard. And so ensure that we implement and try and then be able to give appropriate feedback to say, okay, what isn't working? Is it that it's 90 minutes straight and a kindergartner can't handle that? Well, let's change the schedule so that we can break it up and make it work differently. I just think we need to try it, but not be afraid that the rigor is going to, that it's too hard. I hear a lot, it's too hard. And, I don't want, is it too hard because we're making it too hard? Maybe. Is it too hard because it's too hard for the students? Maybe. But I think that the rigor has got to increase because our younger grades are way behind. And then it's not until middle school that they're catching up. And, we do that all along, but those kindergarten, first and second grade classrooms, that language development is really important. We're still doing letters and our teachers are still spending time on letters because that phonemic awareness is really, really important. And the teachers, from my understanding, I wasn't here a long time ago, but we had pushed back at that time on implementation of letters because it's a change from what we were doing in the past. Now, we've got to find the balance between the change and, what we've always done. And is this something that, gosh, we really need to fix? But I think until you do it, it makes it really hard to make that judgment.
I'm just questioning why we're asking for more materials when we've not told them.
Well, I think this is some of the gaps that they realize that they probably do have in the classroom. And so these are based on what they're hearing from teachers.
When was the last curriculum purchased?
Last year we spent $1 million on the K-8 ELA curriculum. With ESSER, with ESSER dollars.
So we've not gotten. It's not been a normal.
No, at all.
I'm just wondering why the company would decide that the initial 90-minute lessons were too long and have reissued a new 40 form of that as what they're selling this year. It's a new one. It just has redone. So somewhere along the line, someone has decided that it's too rigorous or that is not appealing to for whatever reason. So there are some new manuals out there, a new curriculum that is not as lengthy as this one. Seems to be more developmental appropriate. And I've not looked at those new ones. I have looked at the ones we have here, and I went through a lot of when we had the book thing here. I went through every book more than once because I wanted to see what it was like. I guess.
We can ask for more feedback, but I know that I know that Julie and Casey have gotten a lot of feedback from teachers.
And the feedback they got from teachers is,
So they wanted these materials. So I don't know whether that was before or after a new 45-minute thing was available. I don't know. I hadn't heard about that, Diane.
I wonder how, if we've got all these other materials, if this is just the manual, the teacher's manuals, how much are they? That if we could, and I'm not trying to take Julie's job or any of that kind of thing, but I wanted us to consider that. How much would a new manual be just for the manuals for kindergarten and first and second grades? Without, it should have some of the same support materials, I would think, or mainly the same support materials if they made it more developmentally appropriate. You would think that they would have the same support materials, and we don't have to buy any manuals.
It's a good book, isn't it?
So she's actually requesting decodables for that are, I guess, a better, more wider range of interests for kids. And those are the actual books that students will have in their hands.
Books are so expensive.
They are. But
But
I mean, I'm just saying that in general. I'm not saying that as a yes or no. I'm just saying books are so expensive.
but we didn't pay for the previous.
Yes,
It came from Esther.
Huh?
Came from Esther, they said.
Well, we still.
I mean, we still paid for it, but I mean, it wasn't budgeted. So, I mean,
Didn't come out local.
thank you.
Come out of local
funds.
funds.
Thank you.
Exactly right.
and we get very little from state funds for textbooks. In fact, they've combined a lot of textbook and technology together, which makes it hard. And then, of course, the other things are 5th and 8th grade materials for science. Those are the tested years for science. Our high school uses a lot of open source material, so that was not a request from them. But the science team actually vetted these materials, and they finally put out a list from the state because before they didn't even have any.
One of the things that I know that's happening in publishing is that they're moving textbooks into license on computer agreements for 1 to 3 years. I like books in hand, but if push comes to shove, that might be a more economical short-term possibility. The problem is the students can't take it with them, and it's not there at the school after the license runs out.
Well, and they can use it on their Chromebooks. So they do take that with them. However, a lot of times the code that they give you is only good for that particular year. And so it limits what we can do. The early college has a challenge with that too, with some of the college textbooks. So where you give it to your person the next time they've already done the online workbook part.
Question.
Mhm.
Our 5th grade and 8th grade testing is dependent upon building those skills every grade level. Why are we just asking for 5th and 8th grade materials? It's not.
So the Wooden Wisdom does have informational texts. And that was one of the appeals, I guess one of the reasons why they really liked Wooden Wisdom is because it focuses on that informational text. So there's a lot of reading materials specific to how do you approach a problem. Unfortunately, that wasn't the ask. Just, they're getting their science and social studies a lot of times through reading, which is unfortunate. But, when you have time and you're really trying to get kids to learn those foundational skills, utilizing texts in reading can often help you bridge that with activities that you do within science and teaching the science standards.
It seems like it was heavy loaded on social studies instead of science.
It's both, but yeah.
Okay. And I remember a lot of social studies.
We had very good science grades, test scores in 5th and 8th, and so, we don't need to shortchange them. Personally, I'm in favor of giving them that, because feeding something in the curriculum, you need it. And Judy should know, and the science teachers should know what they need.
And as a CTE teacher, I know what it's like to spend years teaching without any books at all. So when there's books out there, CTE was always the bottom of the barrel for getting textbooks.
And so is science.
Yeah.
At least right then.
Well, high school literature books you can use for more than, I used one set of books for 20 years, they were great. And I took them, seriously, brought them to the new high school with me, used them there because they didn't have money to buy any.
Well, if it's science connected and the books are 20 years old, they're out of date.
Yeah, there you go.
That's
If they're 5 years old, they're out of date.
It's progress is happening so rapidly. So
I guess,
I would
my thing
move
is,
that-
how do we juggle all these pieces? And I guess we'll just say we'd like to have them, and if we don't get them, we do what we're saying, everything else,
Yeah,
come back
yeah, I
and see what we can, how we can get some more money.
I move that we approve recommending all of these textbooks.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Any other questions? All in favor, raise your hand. Okay. Good on that one.
Alright, so county feels like we have anything else. The next one, this is kind of becoming an issue, I'm afraid, for us, and Dr. Cox and I've had lots of conversations about it. When they passed the new supplemental features in 21-22, they put a no supplant clause in it.
That's what I'm saying.
So like we have always
Read
given
about
the $600 and the $300 supplement to certified.
That was me.
Oh,
Sorry,
My elbow hit it.
the $600 and $300 supplement for years, since I've been here, it's been $600 and $300. What the supplant says is because the state gave you this $900,000, you can't reduce your 600 that you're giving each teacher and offset the cost. So that's what they're
Even if
saying.
it's a supplement?
Huh?
Even if it's a supplement?
Even if it's a supplement. What it did was to force your local community to make decisions based on a supplement. We are, I did a survey of 12 counties. 3 of us pay a flat rate, everybody else is on a percent. This would be a percent model, kind of based on the longevity model. So 1.5% for a certain year, 2%, 2.5%, all up to 4.5% depending on years of service. So it would continue, it's gonna be an ongoing request. Because it's gonna have to take support for years. Till they either take the state supplement away or.
What this also does is allows us to honor, unlike the state, our teachers in smaller increments and increase locally. So your 25-year teachers would get a higher percentage of their pay in a local supplement. So it would be tiered.
are you saying it would have to start at 300 for the one and start at 600?
No, she's saying percentages.
Percentage, so you do a percentage on their salary. And it would start, I think we started at 2 or 1.5. One.
Is this math?
One or one.
General
We did
Assembly.
2, started at 2.
Provide
Okay.
supplements, but it didn't say now.
Yeah, so the fear is if we get caught in a plant, there is no grace. They will pull back that $900,000 and we won't be able to provide that supplement.
Repeat that again. I missed the first part.
And there's, if we get caught in a supplant where it's a huge formula they use with current salaries versus what we were paying in 2021. And it's they make sure you're not paid less currently than you paid in 2020. That's when they pass the new supplement. If we get caught in a supplant, there's no grace. They will pull back the whole $900,000. It will be gone. There will be no supplement. So then we're gonna, not only are we gonna go back to the 600 for teachers, we will go back to 300 for certified or non-certified folks because we increased non-certified because certified we're getting an increase. So it's a huge impact if we get caught in this plant.
And this is how much?
Percentages?
So we don't have to. This was the suggestion so that we don't get caught in a supplant. So the districts that are paying the flat rate are the ones across the state that are getting themselves in trouble with the formula.
It never changes.
Because it never changes. So this is actually we're asking for a supplement increase for pretty much all of our employees that it would still be that flat rate for the non-certified because they don't get the state funding for and they're not caught in the supplant. You don't even have to give your non-certified. We have the highest non-certified supplement in the state right now. And this would bring them up even further. But this would give an increase locally to our certified supplements based on that percentage.
Do you have a question?
Yes, I wanted to know how much this 750,000 compares to what are we currently paying total for this?
So this would be on top of what we're paying, so. What we're actually paying now is around $250-ish thousand. You add benefits on it, it probably comes to $325-ish.
So what's the, I'm seeing that they're allocating 911.
That's the state.
That's a state, and that's very different from this percentage. Everybody would get the percentage in this formula. So,
911 is only instructional teachers, your instructional support, and certain assistant principals if they're being paid on the teacher scale. Because sometimes assistant principals make more in the classroom than they do being an assistant principal, depending on their service.
I don't see the percentage that we're,
So
Give everybody.
it's a tier, I didn't.
This short thing is kind of confusing that we.
It is. So it's 2% if you've got years 0 to 4. It's just like the longevity, I believe. It is 2.5 for years 5 to 9. Years 10 to 14 is 3%. 15 to 19 is 3.5%. 20 to 24 is 4%. 25 plus is 4.5%.
So then again, 20,
25 plus. So you cap out at 4.5%.
boy,
so 25 is 4%, right?
and does that include non-certified?
Non-certified will get a flat increase of an additional $500.
which would bring those up to $2,000.
2,000 for,
Local supplement for our non-certified staff, your custodians, your,
that would just be like a bonus for the year?
I think they're
it
twice,
is a supplement and we do it twice a year.
split it in half and just.
Oh, so it'd be
Christmas.
1,000.
We give them half. Right before Thanksgiving, and the Black Friday sales, and we give them the other half right for spring break. Yeah. I mean, and then, you know, this year you all are able to pay it in October. Because of the hurricane.
What does NGA stand for, by the way?
General Assembly,
I leave the CFO. Yeah, you don't have the CFO.
North Carolina General Assembly, that who provides the other funding.
So the state's giving us the 911? So,
That is.
They've been doing that for the last couple of years.
okay,
So that's how our supplements have been closer to comparable to Allegheny and Watauga and others around. They left out the big 5 school districts as far as the number of students are concerned, and then they gave funding for basically a list of certified employees, and then locally on top of that, everybody else to bring them to it. Because we have people paid out local, people paid out federal that aren't necessarily designated in that way. There's certain people that wouldn't have gotten that. So you all had voted to for everybody to receive that increase.
Another question, how much is 2% of the 0 beginning teacher, what?
It varies because our salaries vary. So your 0 is 4,100, 41,000. Your 8, your 1 would be a little bit like. Have to show you this.
Well, that's what I was just asking for the beginning year so that I would know.
And so every year they would get an increase in their supplement.
Right.
And so I know that, you know, it's been important here.
Right.
A lot of our teachers, you know, just, their salaries stay stagnant. And their supplement has been, you know, a flat rate. The state has given them that little bit of a boost, but this would allow them to get more money, more years that they're in service.
so the 750 is in addition to what the state's given us.
Yes, but it's every bit.
But that's, the 750 is helping us cover
Everybody, correct.
Okay,
And
But
if-
and it's additional for teachers. So this is, we're asking for an increase in supplement locally
was that,
for everybody.
so the 911 is not figured on the current staff that you have,
9/11 is state funds.
it's just a number they're giving us.
It-
Correct.
So it's not off for our actual teacher number, and it's taken that, you know, Miss Eldridge worked, she's a 20-year employee, I'm a 2-year employee, you know,
No,
you know, and our differences.
No,
They're
that's
just,
the state funds.
Okay, now, Amanda, another question or confirmation I want. If you have a beginning teacher at 41,000, their supplement would be $820 a year. And we can't, on the old, what we're currently doing, it's 600. So if we drop the 2% even to 1.5%, we're gonna go below that 600 and we lose the whole 900. Okay. That,
Yeah.
But what are the chances of that?
so we don't,
It's already taken it from some stuff, some counties.
the state.
Next Surrey got, Surrey did their school.
I don't remember which ones, and I'll find out. We could find out that for you.
I'm just curious. That's something you need to go look up. I'm just curious if it's anybody. Sorry.
once I saw the numbers, we have to do this.
Is an ask, if they, depending on what they give us, we can figure out how
To
we
move
need to do this.
But this, it impacts every staff, every teacher, every
So
principal.
we may have to make some tough decisions
Decisions,
later
yeah.
on, but this right here is one of the reasons we still have what we have.
We need to keep
working.
our quality.
And that's going down, Dr. Bogan, quite frequently. We're losing teachers anyway.
We actually have a lower rate of those sort of things like that.
How many, I just curious for me, learning, how many employees is there in the school system?
500 roughly.
Yeah, there's about 430 full-time.
We're the largest employer in the
Yeah,
county.
We are.
If you counted part-time and substitutes, you're getting up to 600-700. Of course, we can't.
But full-time, we have 430 or so.
430 plus we have regular part-time, which would get us up to about that 500. So
Or you're
a
15
little over it.
when you calculate it. Mhm.
I don't see we've got a choice.
I didn't either. So I move that we, send this forward to the commission.
Okay,
And make sure I would recommend that you do the dollar amounts, showing what we're currently
Breaking
doing.
it down.
The percentage breakdown for just 1 year maybe, and then say if we have to do this to keep the 911,000.
And we also have comparisons to other districts so that you can see that some of them pay a lot more than this. However, this gets us closer to what I feel like our people deserve.
Put a little bow on it. It's of those counties that have always had that before. Just simply so that it is more real.
Yes, they need to know that.
You know,
this is
my
already happening.
pool is one thing, but you know, so, and so, we have already had to deal with this. It's a difference to me. So, we'll work on that. Somebody second your motion?
I need a second.
I second.
Just making a note before I got back to that.
Okay, Holly, you okay?
Yeah. I'm still
You in favor? All in favor?
Favor?
All right.
She don't know. She's
I got her from the door.
She looks like she's standing in the corner for.
All right, the next one. Transportation. Unfortunately, we can't use public school building repair and renovation funds for anything that's not a construction. She has asked for a canopy to cover the gas pumps. You know, we replaced the gas pump last year. They're super nice and are they easier to use if you ever had to go fuel a car up. It's, and I get where she's coming from, but I have stood in the rain and not, that's not much fun. She's asking for a canopy to cover those like you see at a gas station.
So is it the kind that you would have like at a gas station,
Like
like?
a smaller.
Okay.
I can solve it.
Okay, here's the next question. How wind resistant is it?
That was one of my questions.
Well, there's no wind.
It's not a bit.
Yeah, it's especially windy there, but we would have to have that, she would have to have that assessed before installation on that. We'd have to have the actual wind, whatever that reading is, to make sure that it's above what we need, because we get some pretty substantial gusts.
I make a motion, we put up a wind tower.
Oh, a windmill? Windmill?
We could fund all this.
Yeah,
stuff,
I
we
love the
wouldn't have to
windmill
have this-
idea.
We wouldn't have to have this meeting.
The problem with windmills is I drive through a part of Wyoming visiting my dad where it's a windmill forest.
Yeah.
They gather hundreds of thousands of bird bodies from the base every year.
I know.
But the birds could watch out.
They don't.
They're big enough, you can miss that.
Those blades,
to train
blades
them.
move faster than you think.
On to the next.
Yeah.
You know,
Put these
activity
birds in the
buses
bus.
are being bought every yeyear. So we have $50,000 banked to the money that was set aside. We set aside the 25,000 every year. So we've got 50,000. The total cost is 169. That is almost double what a bus costs.
Yeah.
So they're just gonna keep going up. So that
Question,
would-
are these buses handicap accessible?
We actually have one on order that should be here, I'm hoping, before the end of the school year.
Because we don't have a bus that's handicap accessible.
We've got
Activity.
one
We have one coming, the board approved last summer.
But they don't keep those in stock. They build them as you order them. So that's-
I just.
When will that one get here, do you think?
Hopefully by the end of the
Pray
year.
by June, because we need to pay it this year, and I'm not gonna be carrying it over in the next year.
Gotcha.
Lisa keeps checking on it for me. I know she's tired of me asking, keep asking every month when I go through this.
So one good thing that's come out over our new, athletic alignment is that we won't be traveling as far, which is wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. But how many buses do we have now that are currently able to be used?
I think there's only 3 or 4 she would let go out of the county. We have 6. I meant to pull that out of last year's because she had done that spreadsheet for me.
Yeah. Cause that makes a difference.
It
I
does
mean,
make a difference, yeah.
it's just like me, I want a new car, but I'm not yet ready to pay for that until mine dies. So,
I can remember the activity buses were lacking in last time we talked about
Yeah.
it, because we had several
they'll
of
always be like.
the old ones, you know.
How old are they?
It varies by bus, and the state is the one who controls when we can allow that to become parts for something you go to the bus graveyard. That's why we had so many sitting in the bus graveyard for a while.
Bus
Even athletic
graveyard.
buses.
Well, what's that?
Even the athletic buses,
Yeah, athletic buses, the activity buses. How many?
activity buses.
Yeah, and how many do we have of those that are, I don't think we have too many that are just sitting around of those.
Did we purchase them new or were they used?
No, we purchased them new, and then once they get to a point where we can't use them, we use them for parts, and so we're told that we can do something different with them.
They've been around a long time then.
You know, some of them are really old.
Wow.
We've got the date somewhere.
And I'm having trouble.
And this assembly decades ago.
While she's looking that up on the minibus,
With bus
I
companies.
see that minibus everywhere.
We need that.
That has a minibus.
Gosh, and it went up too.
Yes.
Yeah,
I
they
remember
thought
the
it,
last
I mean,
one
it
we
was
bought
like
was 65.
65,000 that was built 2 years ago.
Yeah, it's almost double. Well, yeah. Well, why not?
The minibus is being used in a lot of areas other than athletics
I think
because,
it's a good idea.
Even our ECs are using it. to
Field
take
trips.
to Job sites and stuff.
and we are not having to pay drivers extra because
But don't
You
take
know,
a
doesn't require
CDL.
we
CDL.
don't have to have a CDL. And so.
Oh, that's nice. I
Gives
didn't
us
know
more
that.
flexibility.
Regardless about the 72 passenger, I would like us to include the minibus.
Yeah, I would rank the
We can get
minibus
some
above
money.
the 72 passenger, I think.
Kids on the bus is too many. I just don't like that many kids on the bus, but what you does about it?
There's not much we can do.
Well, if you take the.
They're
football
putting
team,
earmuffs
you
on.
gotta have a bus.
I have to have 2.
Or baseball team.
So we go between either 72 or a mini.
Or to submit them all. Depending on what the board wants to do.
So what I'm hearing is we're down to the evaporative cooler.
Right.
I'm hearing that the first 3 are probably a mask.
Yeah,
So, it gets really hot in those bays in the summertime. That air just doesn't move.
Yeah.
There, and she'd like to, if the. Can show it to you.
Picture.
Yeah,
Surprised you don't have one in there before.
Me too. It gets really hot in there.
Oh, so it's a roll around, kind of portable air conditioner.
So those are cheaper, much cheaper because that price is not bad.
I know, I just think.
Will one do the job?
she seemed to think it would.
Well, maybe we start with one this year and maybe add on next, and we need to.
That's one of those things that transportation can't pay for.
And once upon a time it'd been okay without air conditioning, but not anymore.
No, you can't work in the summer, Heather. You can't.
So,
All of those,
How do we have a motion on those?
well, we've got $50,000 activity bus, right? And does that count what we would contribute this year?
that we would technically, since it's in 25-26, we'd have 75.
So we would have $75 already toward the big.
Thousand.
75,000.
I'm sorry.
We knew what you meant.
We know, yeah, we,
No,
Everything's talking in $1,000, right?
so
Right,
then what,
so
that would lessen that. then.
that would lessen that one. So I make a motion that we seek funding for all of those things.
I second.
Now, if the canopy cover doesn't flush in that wind, then we'll have to go to Plan B, right?
Yes.
No, we may have to reevaluate everything because it's just a lot of money, but.
It is a lot of money, and I don't see it.
All in favor? Good to go.
All right, we're about to the end, Joe.
Yes.
So we know
Till
the
we do it again.
saga that goes on with chillers at the high school. It has been a beast this year. They're taking it together. This is an old quote. I don't know what, I added 3% for inflation. Without having a maintenance director here, it was hard to get anything done. When Jody gets here and gets started, he'll be able to help us with some of this stuff. But we could, the 300 ton is the one that's the worst. That's the one that they're having struggles with and fixing all the time. We could just replace it. There is a huge cost savings if you go ahead and replace both.
And typically, they say that if you replace one, it puts more strain on the other one because it's not as.
Can I make a point before we discuss this any further? I am still concerned about our water tower at Westwood, and it doesn't seem like we've made any progress in getting that resolved. And, I didn't have this paper earlier, so, what are we gonna do about that? Because I have a grandson in that school. I know a lot of those kids in that school, and yes, supposedly we've got that covered, but I want it fixed.
We don't have
okay?
a solution, so Anthony tried multiple different things. They tried to do a straight connect, I won't know all the right words for this, but they tried to do a straight connect, see if it would improve the pressure. It would not. The main thing is they can't keep the water, West Jefferson can't keep the water tower full. That's because the chemicals go bad before Westwood uses all the water.
But then we don't have enough pressure.
Then we
if
don't
we need
have enough pressure. Now, the good,
But do we know if it's full? Will it still give us the right pressure? I think, seems like I heard even if it was full,
they filled it up and they said it did not.
it did not. That's what I,
It had to be a bigger tank.
yeah, that's, yeah.
That's
Anthony
exactly.
Anthony tried
Right.
3 or 4 different things.
So I thought even with it full, it still wouldn't help.
Jody comes, that he'll have some ideas. Greg, I've talked to him and he says, we're probably looking at building a new tower.
Is there just not water up there? Sorry, I didn't mean. I mean, is
West
that,
Jefferson's not pushing enough water out there.
but I mean, I know we're on town water out there, but is there a possible way for a well that just
We don't want to get into the well business.
supplies the sprinkler though? No, or you still have to still.
I want to get that fixed. I don't care what we have to do because we're talking about lives here. And yes, we think there's enough water pressure there, but they passed that daggum hydrant for years and those sprinklers without it being adequate. And I want it adequate for our safety of our students. And,
Now, is that responsible of commissioners to do that or no?
no,
So-
West Jefferson might, some of them.
Facilities are county's.
County's responsibility. It's
But if
all.
it's in the town of West Jefferson, where's that
They,
leave us?
they promised when they built that school there, that supposed building that where Beaver Creek said, that they would provide enough water to run that school. West Jefferson promised that. They made that.
Have we got that in writing
I
somewhere?
don't know, it's probably somewhere back in the minutes to go back far enough.
There's a resolution about the water we found. Now that became a very big, if Polly remembers, it was a very big sticking point. Got pretty rough between us and the town for a little while. we would like to leave that fence not make it.
I understand about mending fences, but we're talking about potential.
Let Diane
dangerous
go after.
Situation. Huh?
We'll
I don't
let you
care.
go after.
So it's, you know, it's the sprinklers in the auditorium, the rest of the sprinklers are fine. It's just those that are not on it. But if you have 400 kids in the auditorium, how fast can you move them out of there if something caught on fire?
But I understand too that that hydrant that's supposed to do the school might not have enough pressure as well if they were to fire to, we'd have to pull in trucks or whatever, and every few minutes might count. I am not happy with us not having adequate water
I
there.
agree with you.
Okay, so is there a grant? Is there some way we can put pressure? West Jefferson has plenty of money. They get it from the ABC store. I'm not kidding.
We've got.
They pay the town of West Jefferson for the ABC store. They have money from the ABC revenue.
I did
to
not
They
know.
are
spend.
supposed to put the water.
I don't mean that the way it
No,
sounded,
but I
they
just
have
thought it was
money.
funny.
Wait,
And,
let me ask one question before you go any further.
Yeah, I'm on that roll here. I'm sorry.
When are
If they
they?
cannot, if they cannot provide enough water for Westwood, how are they gonna provide enough water for all that middle school?
It's not that they
Ooh,
don't have
good
the
point,
water,
Holly.
they have just not put the water out to
They don't have
Westwood.
enough water.
They're not pumping it out there, but they're not pumping it out there because if they
Water
keep
now.
the tower full, the chemicals will not.
It goes
live
bad.
long For us to use enough water.
Your water
We not
test goes
add the
bad.
chemicals as it comes out the bottom instead at the top?
You'd have to ask the water expert.
So, Tanya, I think we all agree with you on this one. It boggles my mind that we've been 20+ years of not knowing that this thing didn't work. And now we're tasked with trying to come up with a solution, and nobody has been able to tell us a solution that's gonna work. And so we need to find somebody else that can tell us a solution that's going to work before we put $1 million into a water tower and then it not work either, and it be something else. So, you know, I completely agree on the other, but it is on here, but the solution we were thinking about was a gas of $500,000. We could use that out of public school renovation funds potentially. But I think you're right, it's gonna be a joint venture. It's gonna be a joint venture.
It really should. And
It should
let
be.
call Elon Musk, if he can put somebody up in outer space, surely to goodness, we can fix it.
Yeah, I got him on speed dial.
Okay, I'm telling you, we want it funded too, but
I think my frustration with it is that they don't see our kids, the West Jefferson children, as
As theirs.
theirs. These are their children. This is their community.
who you talked to?
The town of West Jefferson, it's like they don't see those children as theirs. You know, those are their kids. They're in their community.
Well, you know, we've got the best grant writing people I've ever heard of. Is there not a grant that would allow us to fix? How did we let it? It's somebody's fault it got to this point, okay?
Well, it was
Somebody's fault.
never inspected over 20-some years. It was just passed. And then we get a new somebody to look at it and all of a sudden it doesn't pass. I mean, that's essentially how we found out about this, or we would never have known. Thankfully, we know, and we can do something about it before a tragedy occurs.
But that's my concern. And, how many fires have we had in this county this week?
Gosh.
So, I mean, it's a potential. I mean, I'm just not gonna hush about this one because it needs to happen. Whatever grant we have to do, whatever people we have to pull it up there, whatever fund we have to take this from, we need to get this fixed.
Water grants tend to just go to municipalities, the cities and counties, so we have to collaborate with.
West Jefferson.
They really are obligated to do that.
I don't want.
And
I don't
Jody
wanna go
might have
against
some
those
ideas,
we've already
having
got a
worked in multiple
Very-
municipal areas as to.
Let's talk
Stress
lawsuits,
relationship.
okay? Let's talk lawsuits then.
Now you jump in there. Let's take baby steps.
All right.
So if this is,
Go.
this is a priority for everybody, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
All right, I think this might be something we need to elevate to the state as a project.
Whoever we need to get it to get something.
Because sometimes they did turf field, this seems to me like it could be.
We've gotta have a
If we could have a solution, then it would be easier to get the money than if we're just trying to go out there and do whatever's, you
Start
know.
practice. Yeah.
Yeah, don't,
We've tried
but
it.
we, you know, if we could get a solution for the problem, then I think we could go after the money, and I think we could put some influence or whatever you all want to call that on some folks who make those decisions. Because we have some former school people that are involved in that, alderman. We have some people who care about the school system.
Oh, we do, absolutely.
And, I don't think they realize what an issue it has been. So, it's kind of.
Need to make it
I
known.
did feel like a new pump house might be the solution, so we can get more information from him.
But are we stabbing in the dark again?
Well, that's been the problem all
Because the-
along. We've not gotten two people to agree on exactly what that would be.
And even the original engineers came in
Yeah, we even had,
baffled at why it was working like it should.
But as far as the chemicals concerned, I'm pretty sure that we could put chemicals somewhere besides in that big tank and make them just as effective.
I don't know the laws for that, but there are a lot of laws around water.
Well, we do that at Blue Ridge.
Is there a tank up there?
oh, yeah.
Yeah, there's another tank in our rear.
And Mount, yeah, it's the only water up there.
I know.
And, we do it at the middle school as well. We treat those wells up, springs up there as well.
But we don't currently have a well up in the Speeds, right? Yeah, in Mountain View, or at Westwood.
Yeah, it's coming from town. It was correct.
At Westwood.
All right, let's move along.
I was gonna say, where are we at?
High priority, and we'll get going.
Please.
So when we did the 5-year facility plan that's required by the state 5 years ago, we hired this company Basque to come and do it. It was one of the best experiences I think I've ever been through with the company, that they were so in depth and questions they asked. And he's a former maintenance director from Guilford County Schools, and he was super excited about all our projects we had going on. He bragged on us for using the CMAR for the middle school. He was just super nice when I talked to him the other day. He did go up a little bit, like everybody has, like 15% on his contract. But I think this would be a good thing for Jody to go through when he gets here with him, and it will make him very familiar with the
All the
facilities.
facilities, yeah.
You know,
That sounds like an excellent idea.
and this last one, y'all, I do not know how to, do an estimate on cubic yards of concrete, so that's why that whole blank.
How much is it a yard now?
It's up there.
It's a lot.
Yeah.
You know,
So-
so I've looked at, that is a need at Mountain View. They have some sidewalks that are cracking and becoming a trip hazard. The 4-6 playground has a crack in it. You're playing basketball on there, you're gonna get hurt.
Do we need to address the water issue behind the building before we need to fix that sidewalk so that it will stay repaired?
Didn't know there was a water issue behind
If
that.
you've ever been behind Mountain View School, there's a big ditch back there. It's just,
Oh.
it is.
That one's gonna get fixed by
And it-
FEMA.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yes,
It's gonna be a FEMA project. If that's the same one we're talking.
I think so.
There's, I mean.
Bottom of
I think it
White
is.
Pines.
Yeah, it goes at the bottom of the pines at that
Yeah.
hill where the hill meets the,
It washed
Long.
out when the hurricane came through, along with that sinkhole that came in the playground. So those two are on the list for FEMA.
Nothing else thing to
And they'll build back better,
uh,
and they'll build back better.
Yeah.
Actually,
Seriously, they.
Seriously, that's exactly what they
They
said.
mitigate and make it better for the next disaster won't.
if you can get it funded.
Yeah.
So,
So,
Well, I think this was,
Is it a
this
bit
is
of
what
both?
would absolutely fund.
we are, this is. Ooh, you wanna get, I'll be on my soapbox, Diane?
honey, I've been there, done that, so I
This
understand what you're talking
FEMA
about.
stuff is an absolute nightmare. We are plugging along, we're getting things checked off the list. We're kind of submitting projects like we just done the trees, so we're submitting that project, as soon as Casey gets me a bill. We have to pay up front. It's the only bad part, and then they send us the money back. But like, we had to have somebody monitoring Casey while he was cutting trees the whole time. So I get that salary back for that person that monitored. it's been a lot on top of our regular duties to manage the FEMA stuff. And I cannot imagine what a Mitchell County, McDowell, or any of those that are so devastated, how they're even running their school systems and trying to figure out how to build schools back. Just don't know. I've heard it.
And I'll tell you, when I thought Amanda was gonna leave us when they said that we had to measure the diameter of every tree that was down.
All 80
No joke.
diameter and length.
Every tree.
Three. I thought I was gonna put out my seat. Lakin had a hand on me.
And I was like, stay.
Yes.
So little things like that are actually not little to us. I mean, who has time to do that? And so that's the level of detail that they want for everything.
He's the bonded contractor with the trees, you know, which Kathy did us a deal on.
Well, I'm talking about the measuring of the trees, because there's a way to stand back and measure the height
They
without.
have things that do measure trees.
Yes.
Anthony took care of it before he left. He got them to finally agree to do an average, and if we did the GIS ordinance of the boundary, then they accepted it. And we had, that's like the soccer goals got broke. We had to give them the GIS ordinance where the soccer goals were. Every little sinkhole, washed out sinkhole, GIS ordinance, it's insanity, insanity.
We had to prove that our electricity,
Oh, I did too.
but are you meeting in person still? Cause I found that when you meet in person with these people out at Family Central, they have access to stuff that don't, if you just file it, then it won't
We
happen.
did, because we're doing the public assistance program since we're a school system. We have a FEMA representative and then we have a person from the state emergency management. FEMA is a cost share program, so typically we would be responsible for 25% of the cost. But the state of North Carolina picks up that cost for us, so they had to find us a state agent to work with us. He's fabulous. He reins the FEMA people back in when they kind of get a little crazy with their ideas. I just can't speak highly enough of him, how he's helped us. It's been awesome.
It's been better since the elections. I won't say anything about that. So would that I guess my question is, would that concrete repair not come under FEMA?
That's the maintenance that happened before hurricane.
Okay. 'Cause the
You know which,
fall and all
is it
that.
sidewalks coming into the school from Carline or?
It's the whole, then the whole basketball court is just crumbling.
Yeah, and I seen that one.
It's, yeah, there's a lot of repair needed
But-
there.
And I asked about public school building money in it,
Okay.
sidewalks. If it was touching an entryway, we could use it. But it's not, so.
Well, and those have
Trust
been
me, I
there
try not to use our money for anything. I'd rather use the
30,
state's.
Mountain View's 30 plus, it's over 30, if Blue Ridge is turning 30.
Right, because they did probably right before they built Blue Ridge, but my concern is the amount of underground springs over there. If we don't deal with them. I grew up, my grandfather lived across the road, so I played over there all my life, but there are so many underground springs that if we don't deal with them, I don't know that we can have a basketball court that don't crumble or sinkholes that don't happen or that kind of thing, because there's a lot of underground springs in that, on that property.
Okay, well, I make a motion, we go ahead and
Just wanted to include it.
include everything.
Also, okay,
I don't know how you say it, but you know what I
Well,
mean.
yep. So,
I second.
I'll have
Okay.
air conditioning.
all right,
And the final page, I just want to point out that we did increase.
I mean, everybody good with that?
Yes,
All in favor? Okay,
sorry.
all right, sorry.
Final page was the benefit increase. You know, when the state gives a raise, they did not give us dollar to dollar cost. So it usually ends up costing a lot from us. Because the state gives a raise. I don't know how else to explain it. So we don't-
Unfunded mandates.
Yeah, we don't ask for the salary portion of the increase, since we do get some funding from the state, but we do ask for the benefit side of it. Because I don't even know that it's dollar for dollar now. I mean, not dollar, it's probably like 50 cents on the dollar, what they actually give us. It's hard to tell because everybody's salary is different.
So this is over and above the other that we're asking for salary.
And this is for the benefits.
Yeah.
This is not the loop.
We ask
every year.
I think my promise in free insurance when I retired went from 0 to $7,200 this year.
It's,
By the time you add up Medicare used to be
I just
covered,
did-
it's not, and when you add up all those insurances for 2 people, we were promised free when we signed contracts back in the 1980s. So it's,
And then before we finish, I just wanted to go back to the public school regulation funds. So, you know, to complete, with the upcoming funds, right?
there'll be one more allotment of this year. I don't know why they don't give it to us all up front, but they don't. We get the 500,000 every year. On them. I would love to see us get to the point where we're not putting anything fixed on everything. We can save it for big projects. Yeah. But right now, our buildings are old and we got a lot of need. We did a lot of things. I got a lot of budget.
wait, that.
So anyway, we've been doing a pretty good job of making sure we tackle those first when we can. But we do have some chillers and things that I'm afraid we're gonna have to invest in pretty quickly.
So do we have another meeting after this with another budget, or is this all of it?
We'll come back. Back in July.
Okay,
Everybody is crazy in July because everybody's trying to take a vacation.
Yeah.
Not available. It might be like the first week of August.
But April will bring a document back to them that has all of this cleaned up with what you all have decided and what that percentage increase that we're asking for is. And then it'll be a document.
Yeah, I don't know that we'll go as in depth as we had last few years with that document. Yeah.
But those things that I asked clarification on for April will be on this.
Yeah.
That
We can give you all that. Yes, absolutely.
Didn't we last year meet with the commissioners with you and you talked for the group, but we were there? Is that?
Oh, yeah.
We had a joint meeting.
So typically they will invite us to elaborate on what our needs are.
And that will occur in,
We have no idea.
what month does it usually occur?
May,
May?
June,
They
May.
have to have it passed by June.
They do have to do it by June. They're supposed to have it to us by the end of June.
I have 2 trips coming in May, but I can zoom in if it's not a traveling time when flying.
Last time we were to Hall, to early college, or at the
Yeah.
community college, Ash campus. It give us a lot more room
Yes.
to meet.
And they've done that tiny room in the back of their, of the commissioners as well.
Yeah. Remember that.
That's all we need. That's that.
All right, well, we're through that. I've got next motion to adjourn.
I so moved.
All right, have a second.
I second it.
Questions on that, comments? All in favor? I just always check, supposed to. Raise your hand. All right, we're good.
We're good.